Hello, gamers. How we doing today? How is life? Hey, Ramen. I deleted your post. Don't post links. It was wholesome, but we don't post links. It'll encourage bad behavior from people who don't post as wholesome of links. What's your opinion on Dark Souls 2? Pretty good. It's an okay good. Not good. Had the worst panic attack ever. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope we can vibe out some today. Maybe help, give you some calm post-panic attack. Trying to schedule a vaccine. Nice. Do you see Mock Rocks 4.5? I think I actually did. I didn't watch it, but I think it did get recommended to me. And I was like, I don't want to watch this right now. This is 4.5 hours. I don't have time right now. You fell last night? I'm sorry to hear that. I'll be honest. I love Breath of the Wild. But I'm kind of, and I guess this is ironic because I just put out a Breath of the Wild video, or maybe that's why. I'm kind of Breath of the Wild out. I'm not interested in talking about it for a little while. I'm not interested in watching tons of stuff about it. Too much. I boomed and I zoomed way too much. Let's just talk about Animal Crossing. We can. I haven't played Animal Crossing in, honestly, almost a year. Like, genuinely played Animal Crossing. I booted it up a few times and walked around my village, but I feel like that's not really playing. That is kind of exploring. Excuse me. I don't have dreams, so no. Play every day for like 2 months straight and then haven't, yeah. I mean, I feel like I got my value out of it. I played it for 50, 60 hours. So the plan today is, I've talked about it a few times, of doing like I don't know. So a thing that gets asked a lot in streams and on Twitter and in DMs and in emails and in comments are, hey, what are some tips you have about making video essays? And I like helping people. I like answering that question. I do not have time to answer each individual person who asks it at this point. So my goal here is to do a sort of TED Talk to direct people to. I'll probably have it edited down into a video that'll be, on my stream highlights channel that has one video. That's not really a stream highlights channel. It's just a channel with one video. And then when people ask me, I'll say, hey, I made a little video talking about some of the things and some of the ways to get into making videos and some of the ways to... Second channel would just be a word for it. But technically, it's Once Upon a Roll my second channel. Is Rasputin VODs this, What is even the second channel? So yeah, I mean, this will kind of be the tips I have. Which most of it has more to do with like having a good mindset. But this talk will go into, setting mindsets, the very basics. Like I have a full section that's like, if you can't afford Adobe Premiere, here are things you should get instead that are free, and some people say as good or better. You know, it goes through all that. It goes through all that stuff. Tries to give recommendations. Talks about things that are done well. And yeah. So that's the plan for today. That is what we'll go through. I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know. We'll see. But when it's done, we'll see what time it is. And move on. Maybe continue with the best characters in a game thing of having people submit characters. Maybe not. Hey, Gonzo. We'll see. But yeah, we'll chill for a bit before getting started with the lecture. Today, you may call me Professor Raz, but also probably don't. You know, dumbass is fine. To the professor or the dumbass? Or both, Professor Dumbass. That is a possibility that I haven't even thought about. 50. Okay, we'll yeah, I gotta do some subtracting and some adding, actually. I think we had some people adding to it. Professional dumbass. True. True. Thanks for the hydrate. Oh. So how's everyone's Thursday going? Good? Bad? Do you say you're more of a gamer or just chatting? I think, well, that's a good question. Let's see, Twitch Tracker. I think Twitch Tracker might have like a pie chart. I know that just chatting is my most common area. Okay. So I would say most of my time on Twitch has not been just chatting. So it looks like 22.7% of my time on Twitch since I've started has been just chatting. And the other, 77.3% has been playing games. So I feel like to be a just chatting streamer, I'd need to at least be around 50%. I think my stream is usually most successful when I'm just chatting. Which I guess makes sense, especially when I'm doing stuff that is related to things I do on YouTube. So I lost a bet to Macy, who has started this whole war with Baby Grinch. Macy likes Baby Grinch. I don't. But I lost a bet. So I had to add Baby Grinch as a tier 3 emote. So, any tier 3 subs can use it. But, the hope is that'll be no one. However, I did kind of scam him by doing that. So the agreement we had was to make it so people in chat, if they wanted it to be a tier 1 emote, they could contribute to this thing where you'll see one of the goals with channel points, it should be at like 1 million something, or just below 1 million, is, you know, donate 1 million to have Baby Grinch move down to be an easier emote to hit, to be a tier 1 emote. So people can take points away from that, and people can add points to it if they want Baby Grinch to become tier 1. Yeah. Technically, though, I have to add some stuff because 2 people added 50K to it. So that's 100K. And then someone just took 50K away. So it's actually just sitting at 1 million. It has not made much progress. My stomach feels weird. If I bail chat, I'm sorry. It's because my stomach gets bad and feels weird. It does feel a little weird right now. So, you know, if I bail, I apologize. If you told people how to download Adobe Premiere, I'll be honest, I don't even know how to do that. You have to get Creative Cloud and then... You have IBS? I don't think I do. This will be answered partially in the talk. So chill. Wait. Just wait. What stage of the seminar? We are in the, like, you're all sitting in the audience and I'm having a conversation with someone in the front row before starting the talk. That's the spot we're on. Time shift in Germany. Interesting. Keeps unscrewing the cat from his water bottle. Yes, that's exactly the fucking place I've been. Yeah, we haven't started the... I have like one leg up on a chair and then kind of leaning towards whoever I'm talking to and just nodding like, yeah. Yeah, Greg from St. Louis. Yeah, I know Greg. Hearty laugh. That's where we're at. Tweed jacket, leather patch. True. that is the aesthetic. I should have had art commissioned for that. That would have been very funny. Lack of cookies in the hallway. Yeah, I mean we couldn't afford the cookies. Do TED Talks normally have cookies? Excuse me. TEDx talk X equals some random dude on Twitch. True. I am a random dude on Twitch. Microphone's on, but halfway from his mouth. Just bought double chocolate chip cookies from Tate's Bake Shop. Good. They goo. Are we all random people? I suppose. I mean, how do you not be a random person on Twitch? Because you're always going to be a random person to someone. Excuse me. Yeah, I am standing on the stage in my office. My wife was like, why are you building this? You don't have a cam. I'm like, it just... For the feeling, gosh. Do you have an editor that reviews your Final Cut prior to publishing? No. I review Final Cuts. If I hire a freelancer to do it, they edit and then send to me. And then, yeah, I'll make Final Cuts. Recently, the strategy I've been doing is if I am hiring a freelancer for a project, I'll answer these at the end. If I'm hiring a freelancer for a project, I don't have them add music, or I have them give me a draft without music so that it's easier for me to add stuff or move stuff around. But no, I'm always looking at the Final Cut, you know. We're going to go over how to have hot takes. A bit. We'll go over it a bit. Watching at work. Time itself is convoluted. All right. Well, with all the pleasantries out of the way, let me try setting this shit up. Chat, it's been so long since I've made a PowerPoint. I'm quite bad. I'm quite bad, but I think it was fun. It was fun to make. All right. Ba-boom. All right, please don't drop links, James. I'm going to delete it. I do trust you, but I don't want people dropping links, and unfortunately, if you do it, other people will do it. We have to disincentivize bad behavior. But I will look. Chat, welcome to my TED Talk. All right, yeah, let's just jump into it. So yeah, this is I mentioned it earlier, but essentially a question I get asked a lot is do you have any tips to make video essays? How do I get into making video essays? What do I do to make good video essays? And the answer is a lot of stuff. And I don't have a perfect roadmap for anything, but I do have some things I've learned over the years of doing this. Some things to consider on how to approach making video essays so that you have fun doing it and enjoy doing it and don't walk away feeling burnt out. And not that everything I say here will prevent that, but hopefully if I can help get the right mindset and help get a jump start for stuff, it can assist you in some way. I will certainly be talking about different strategies to help promote your channel and help get growth. But I do just want to state up front that there is no path. There are slight paths that I'll talk about, but there isn't an easy path on how to get this thing to go from 0 to 100,000 subscribers. There's just not exactly an easy path. And I can say firsthand that my path of getting through all this and getting to the point where it went from being a hobby to career is one that I don't think I could replicate. And it's not like I would say, hey, just do exactly what I did, because I had a lot of help and a lot of luck, and those things just might not be there for you. You know, for a solid few years, I was working with Jesse Grasha, who was editing a lot of the videos, which made it possible to like put stuff out on a consistent basis, which helped a lot of early growth. And I think put the channel in a position to have something like what made the channel, like what really skyrocketed the channel of Gaming for a Non-Gamer. Like the only reason we were in that position was because of all the help I had there. And that's just not going to be the situation for everyone. And like also having that luck of a video just seeming to hit at the exact right time is not going to be the situation for everyone. So this isn't like me saying, here's what I did, now you do it, because I don't think that what I did, and I don't think what a lot of people who make video essays like what I make, like I don't think that that's like a path that's guaranteed to any sort of success. It takes a lot of luck. So don't view this as a, hey, if you follow these tips, you too can become a YouTuber as your job, you know, that, because that's not what this is. This is far more focused on entry-level tips of how to like actually get started, a little bit of writing advice, a tiny bit of editing advice, a little promotion advice, and also a fair bit of setting your expectations advice. So that is going to be the focus on this. If you're watching this being like, oh yes, I will make it now, you know, you got to figure out the right mindset and expectations. Fight Nate, thank you for the Prime. So I will make it tomorrow. You could, Matt. Dude, just make a very good essay on speedrunning Hollow Knight. That shit pops. Fireborn, popping with that shit. Scurry doing weird Hollow Knight runs. Bops. Speedrunning is a really popular meta right now. Anyway, so I think the first thing, you know, after all of that disclaimer stuff, the first thing to consider is, of course, how do you work a PowerPoint? The first thing to consider is, why do you want to make video essays? Why do you want to do it? And the answer is probably going to be a wealth of reasons. There's not just one single thing that is going to be leading you to do it. There's going to be a combination of factors. I think with all of the reasons, whether it's because you have hot takes or, you know, because you want a creative outlet, or, you know, even because you want to make money, like a lot of the things I think fall into two driving factors for most people, not for everyone, but for most people. By the way, you can ask questions throughout. I may answer them. I will have like a time at the end to ask whatever you want. So whatever works for you. Anyway, so the two factors that I think drive most people are like wanting to make stuff you like and wanting it to be your job. I think this is what gets a lot of people to actually start a channel. And, you know, that's understandable. Being able to make something creative and get paid for it and have that be your main source of income seems really fun. The issue is that while these two things are usually a shared approach for a lot of people, the mindsets that you would want for each of them are usually pretty different. They might not be. The stuff you might want to make might be the YouTube meta that will very easily, you know, or more easily get you a lot of like actual financial success. It might be. I don't know that it is. I think for most people, if you're watching this and my stuff, and you want to make stuff like what I make, what Jacob Geller makes, you know, thoughtful video essays. That's while that does work for people and has worked for me and has worked for many other folks, I don't think it's the easiest way to making YouTube your job. So I think a problem that I know a lot of people run into in the space is they are making stuff they like, but measuring it through the terms that you would measure if it were your job, which I think is really not good, because that essentially has it be you are making stuff pretty much for yourself and measuring its success on how other people view it. And that, I think, creates a really unhealthy relationship on how you view success, and how you feel like you should move forward. So I just kind of want to lay out what I think the mindsets often end up being with these two categories, kind of point out like how I think you should sort of approach it if you're trying to make stuff versus how you think you should try to approach it if you want it to be your job. Sid, thank you for the 10 gifted. Much appreciated. Thank you. How you doing today? Appreciate you, man. Anyway, so if you want to make stuff you like, you know, the first very obvious thing is you make videos on whatever topic you're interested in. That's like the benefit of this is my approach. I'm making stuff I like, so I'm gonna actually make stuff I like. And that's like the great part of it. That's what feels good about it, is you have an idea, you make the idea. Whatever. Who cares if it's in the way of my presentation? I don't. You make the things you want to make, and that's great. That is the benefit to kind of approaching it with this sort of mindset of like, I'm trying to make stuff. If you are doing this, like I said, a problem I think a lot of people run into is they measure their success based on terms of it being a career. So they measure on views, they measure on subs, they measure on money. And I think if you are making stuff because you want to make stuff, because this is a creative outlet, don't measure it in those ways. The way you should measure your growth is on your work. Measure how the work improves over time, whether it be writing, editing, audio mixing, whatever it is, and measure it on the skills you learned from doing it. That is especially early on starting a channel, that is what you should be focused on, because you have control over those things. You have control over improving how you read a script. You have control over how you write a script. But you don't have control over getting people to sub or getting views, or you don't have as much control over those things. So I think if you are leaning towards this side of like, I want to make stuff because it's a creative outlet, you have to make sure you're having the right mindset for it. Of course, like, no one is going to get into making YouTube videos and be like, and have no like ambition for success. Like, no one's going to do it. Everyone who makes a YouTube video, there's going to be a thought in the back of their head of like, well, if this were my job, that'd be pretty cool. And that's fine. Like, that's hard to avoid. So yeah, each video, you got to remember, is a lottery ticket. It could hit, but again, remember, due to the amount of time it takes to make stuff, YouTube's less likely to push it, and that's okay. I think it's fine to hold on to that hope that anything could hit if the idea is good enough, if the thumbnail is presented well, if it's a message that relates to people. It's fine to hold that hope, but just always remember, like, it's a lottery ticket. You know, how many times have you won the lottery? There are things you can do to improve your odds, certainly, but it is still a hard thing to do. And I look back at the history of my channel. And I feel like in order to get to the success I'm at, and again, I'm not a path to follow, but I had to hit the lottery multiple times, right? I had to have multiple videos kind of go dumb views of like, I hate fast travel. I felt like hit the lottery. The consumable items hit the lottery. And then obviously gaming for a non-gamer hit it. So it's not even just a one-time thing, which makes it hard. So my point in that is always focus on the work. Yes, you can have that hope that it'll grow into something bigger, but find appreciation in making a thing. And if you're worried about like, how can I jobify this, which maybe just needs to be something that we as a society that we live in need to be better about. Consider about the skills that you'll pick up from this. There are tons and tons of people who used to make video essays that are now doing editing for different channels. They have learned those skills and are professional editors. So like, you can get skills doing other things. There's people who are professional writers for other channels. So the point is, like, it's probably easier to get a career that way, of building your skill set and then marketing those skills to someone, than like tossing your name into the YouTube lottery and hoping it hits. So yeah, again, obviously you think about numbers. Don't let them be a driving force for your creativity. Any questions so far, chat? There's always daily motion. True. Where are the snacks? You bring them yourself. All right. I will say, I think if you want YouTube to be your job, the first thing I'd say is reconsider. How do you avoid ego when you do manage to hit? I don't know. I think keep in tune with other creators. Keep in tune with other creators of various sizes. Keep watching other people. Notice that like a lot of smaller channels are still putting out quality work that's as good, if not better than yours. I think that's an important thing, is keep watching the creators who you were watching as you were coming up. And also do things to help those creators when you can. Once you have a platform, you can definitely help affect other people's spaces on the internet. But yeah, if you want YouTube to be your job, the first thing I would say is reconsider. Because it is going to be a grueling path that is hard to do. With that said, I do think there are ways to do it. And it's probably not what you want to do. It is probably not like, hey, there's this interesting thing in a video game that I want to talk about, so I'm going to talk about it. The way, if you want it to be your job, I think there are kind of two solid paths, which is either following whatever the current YouTube meta is, or making videos on a niche topic that diehard fans will want to support. So let's start with the YouTube meta. And I want to talk about a channel that I think has done this very, very well. And that is Skip the Tutorial. I don't know if you've heard of Skip, but been around for a while, and just had crazy growth over the years. 2.7 million subs right now. There was a point where we were at like the same sub count and competing for like milestones of like 200,000, and now is at 2 million. 2 million. Elijah, thank you for the Prime. And yeah, let's just look through the work. Come on, why'd you stop scrolling? Okay. So, we have some early videos of trying to find identity, and then kind of early on starts establishing in the game design area. Even has a video that's like a response to one of Mark Brown, Game Maker's Toolkits video, which Mark saw and I think promoted actually at the end of one of his videos. So I know Mark in a few instances posted stuff of Skip the Tutorial because it was solid enough quality work in the same vein, and also kind of directed towards Mark. So that's how Skip really started, and had success doing that, but then did a challenge sort of run, which is, playing Dead Cells with just the shield. Has a good thumbnail for it. Saw massive success, like way higher than any of this stuff, even though the boss battle breakdown certainly did pretty well. It was a solid series. But found the challenge run stuff, kept doing the game designy stuff for a little while. And then it's right here, had a punch out video with like, can you beat Punch Out without dodging? And this is when like his channel popped, like 1.4 million views. Just wild success at this point, because this is what was really popular at the time. I think another thing to consider is the distance between these two videos. The first one was January 11th. The second one was January 18th. He did an incredible job of seeing the popularity of what he was doing and then capitalizing on it by having a follow-up for it. I don't understand Skip the Tutorial, like how he is able to stop time and get as much stuff out as he does. But yeah, he hit that well. He found what was trending, which was the challenges, and push it forward. He hit the Shovel Knight series really well. I mean, he has a Snipper Clippers video with 2 million views. Because at the time, this was the rage, right? This was the rage. This is what was popular, and he capitalized on it. And then did a combination of, can you beat Minecraft if every block looks the same? So it's the challenge. This is the holy grail. It is challenge runs and Minecraft. Ba-boom, he's got it. And yeah, from there, I think he moved more and more to doing Minecraft stuff that's like partial challenges, but also sometimes just lists that people want to watch, some Among Us stuff thrown in there, and all that. And just, seeing massive success in doing all of that. And yet no shade. I think this is a perfectly fine way to approach things. And I don't fully know exactly what he wants to be making. And maybe he is. I will say, clearly, he has found what works in this branch of YouTube and pushed it and done as much stuff in it and followed the trends of it to keep things moving forward. I think this is how, if you want YouTube to be your job, you need to approach it. You find the vein, you move with the trends of that vein, trying to get one step ahead of that, and be consistent, of decent quality, and like frequent. Now, I don't think that is what everyone should do, and you're not going to be automatically successful. But my point is, if you want YouTube to be your job, that is the sort of thing that you'll probably need to do, opposed to making 1 to 2 video essays a month about how Outer Wilds made you cry. That this approach, Skip the Tutorials approach of finding what's popular and making interesting stuff about that, is the easier way. Not the easier way. Not the easier way. It is not easier. That is the wrong way to say it. It is the more likely way to have YouTube become your job. Yeah, I'll post the slides on Twitter at the end. They will be available. I'll post them on Twitter. I think another way is, as I said before, making videos on a niche topic that diehard fans will want to support. And to look at that, we're going to look at a friend of the channel, a recommended channel that I put in my video, Overanalyzing Avatar, who came on the scene like 2 months ago. Let's see. First video, 2 months, January 26, making videos for like almost 3 months now. Having a lot of success for that. For the first 3 months, this is very, very good. Getting up to 7,500. He has appealed to a lot of people who are fans of Avatar. and that has helped his approach because he's actually funny. He has insightful things to say. The content's good. And sure, he has probably benefited from me seeing it. He has benefited from Hello Future Me also seeing it. Not me, but the creator Hello Future Me, who's in his most recent video. Good for him. And I think Connor East Pants tweeted it out too, which got a lot of growth. So like that helps. But that's part of it, is like we're all, the three of us are people that are kind of interested in this niche. So finding it makes us want to promote it. And you're probably looking at this and it's like, okay, that's good growth over 3 months. Good for him, but it's not a career. And let's go over to his Patreon. In the 3 months of making it, his Patreon is now at $742 a month, which again, $742 a month is not enough to go full time on. It's not enough to live on. But if you consider the size of his channel, which is 7.4 thousand subs, 7.4, 7,400 subs versus his patrons, that's really good. For comparison, I have like barely, I think my support's really good for where I'm at, and I'm just above him, and my channel has he has 70 times more subs than him, so he's creating something that's filling a niche. It's consistent content. He also has it's just a really great incentive here at $5, which is getting a video a full week early. So it's just a great model, and he is hitting a niche like no one else that I've seen on YouTube is doing this, of like going through every episode, breaking it down in such a robust and comedic way, that he is making something that people want to support because they can't get it anywhere else. And I think there's plenty of people that have smaller channels that have really big support on other things like Patreon because of that, because they are providing something that like no one else is doing. So that's another way. It's hard necessarily to find that niche, and it's hard to get a footing in that niche, but I do think that is an approach. If you are doing something that is appealing to like a certain fan base that is very supportive, that's a way to be successful. And I haven't talked to him about it. I am sure it was not his like plan of like, I'm going to make videos on Avatar that are very niche and then have Avatar fans want to give me money for it. That wasn't his plan. He's just like, I'm going to make videos because I like Avatar. But that is a unintended, I guess, side effect of how he's approached stuff. Eventually figure out what people like related to Avatar. Just make Avatar videos. Just never stop making Avatar. Yeah. When is it appropriate to make a Patreon? I think, I don't know. I think you can make a Patreon as soon as you want. I don't know that there has to be a when is it appropriate. But I will say, if you announce that you have a Patreon once you have a bit of a base, it's probably going to be better for you than if you just have one, no one gives it to you for a while, and then, yeah. I'd say people asking, that's a good way to do it. because then you can be assured that a few people will actually give to it. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think finding niches is another way to go about it. You know, I'll say a lot of people who I think are successful with this approach don't necessarily do it in a way where they plan to be successful in this approach, but just are over time. I will say though, like, and I guess this kind of goes into streaming stuff as well, but like, watching, yeah, I no secret, I watch a fair bit of Ludwig on Twitch, and it's been interesting seeing a lot of people who have been kind of brought onto his team, either as editors or doing tech stuff, or making music, just by like, they made a remix of something he did, he liked it, and then was like, hey, I'm making a Christmas album. Can I hire you to mix it and make it sound good? You know, I need this machine made in Minecraft or something. So I will, you know, pay you to, like, that's a way to do it too. And, you know, those are some different things, but, and even Ludwig himself, as granted, again, streaming, it's different, but like, he used his passion of Melee to get a boost at the start of doing stuff. So yeah, that can be a way to do it too. And yeah, when it's your job, when you're trying to make it your job, you do have to measure by numbers, whether it be views and subs or money coming in, because like, if you are losing money all the time, that is going to be a problem. And probably not sustainable. And that's, I think, a hard thing about trying to make it your job. If that is your full headspace, is you can be cut off doing something you kind of want to be doing just because it's not making the money it needs. I think the big thing to consider too is there is going to be some frustration because you'll probably be limited by the area you are trying to appeal to. You know, there are ways to transition out of what you're doing or add some things in, but that can definitely be a big struggle. And if you base your thing around appealing to the YouTube meta, you know, you'll probably have to make videos on stuff that you just don't give a shit about. And if you're just doing it to make money, that's fine probably. But if you're doing it because you like making stuff, you'll eventually be like, God damn. God damn, I'm tired of Among Us. These guys are sus. A big thing to consider with this, though, too, is even if you're doing it in this way where you're more successful, it is still a lottery ticket. A lot of this is out of your control. A lot of things here are still going to rely on an algorithm thinking that your work is good for other people to see, and that can be stressful and frustrating. So the reality is, no matter what path you take, whether it's like, hey, fully, I'm doing this because I love doing it, or we're going to grind hard and make this my job, the chances of turning YouTube into your career are low. It's a really hard thing to do, and I don't think it should be like turning YouTube into a career should be the primary reason you start making video essays. Of course, I think you should start making video essays. I think you should do it. I genuinely feel that even before my channel had like enough success for this to be my job, that making a YouTube channel and making video essays was the best choice I ever made. Was the second best choice I ever made. Of course, the first best being marrying my lovely wife, more, nice save, Russ, more lovelily known as the lady I live with. I think I learned a lot of skills in terms of, you know, speaking, of writing, of editing. I think the biggest takeaway has been like making friends, having a community of people who have similar interests, and aren't just people who lived, near me. Not that I don't love, friends like that, but it's been nice to build friendships based around shared interests, based around the shared interest of video games being bad. Yeah. So I think there is so much value you can get from doing this. I think there's so much value you can get from meeting people who do this. And yeah, this is not me saying don't try to make video essays. It's just me saying lower your expectations. Lower your expectations. One of the, I think, the most important things you can do in life, because the lower your expectations are, there's just room above it. Just room above it for things to go great, for things to be fun. And I think when you go in not expecting that, hey, my shit will take off. Not expecting that, hey, like in 3 years, this will be my job. When you just go in with the expectation of, hey, I'm going to make something, that is when like you'll get the most out of it. Because I think if you do that, if you go in with that approach, every aspect of it's going to be better. You're never going to look at other people as like, hey, if I talk to this person, it'll be more likely that my videos will do well because people will promote me more. It'll be like, hey, I'm going to be friends with this person because they're cool. And hey, we're talking about video games all the time. And now I have more ideas for stuff. Like, it's just this, if you go in it with like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to meet these people, it's just going to be so much better than if you're like trying to calculate success. So yeah, lower your expectations. As I've said a few times, like, it's fine to have those hopes of what something can be. I'm not saying don't have any hopes, but I think hopes are different than expectations. Is that true? I think hopes are different than expectations. Because an expectation is how you think something will go, where a hope is how you hope it may go. And like, it's fine to have hopes as long as you're not letting them get too heavy on you. And let those drive like, hey, yeah, it'd be cool if the channel took off. But if you expect it to take off, you will most likely get burnt out after a year or two. And that's bad. That's not what you want. Because you want to, if you're doing this, you probably want to do it for a while. Because you have fun doing it. You want to have fun doing it. And it's hard to have fun doing it because of how much pressure there is to have it be successful, to have it work, and all that. Any questions, chat? Yeah, the VOD will be saved, and I'll try to have it edited into a video. What was your hope or expectation when you started? So my hope and expectation was bad when I started. My hope and expectation was bad when I started. I had recently graduated my college. My wife and I were moving to Indiana, where she would begin, a PhD program because she's smart. And I didn't have a job. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had an English degree, which like literally no one cares about. and yeah, I remember buying an Elgato, having a conversation in my parents' kitchen with my wife, then girlfriend, and her being like, well, what do you think you're going to do? What's your plan? And I held up the Elgato I said, I think this can be the plan. I think this can be the plan. I went in thinking, hell yeah, I majored in English. I'm a good writer. I'm charismatic enough. I'm going to put out a video. It's going to do really well. And boom, it's going to be my job. Within a year, it's going to be my job. And then I made my first video and put out my first video. And I was like, okay, there is no shot that this ever works out. there is no shot that I will ever make money from doing this. This is so fucking hard. This was a bad idea. Sid, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much for your generosity. And then I shifted my expectations after I put out my first video to cover the cost of the Elgato. I had a lot of fun making that first video, and I was like, okay, change of plan. I'm going to use this to become a better writer. I'm going to use this to have people give feedback on writing. Because I will say, as few views as my first video got, and as much as I realized like, oh, this is not easy. This is not something you can easily hack. It did get way more eyes on it than any of my short stories at the time did, which like getting people to read your short stories is impossible. There is nothing in the world harder than convincing someone to read your shitty flash fiction. But to get somebody to watch your shitty YouTube video, a little bit easier. So yeah, I shifted my expectations at that point and turned it into, this is going to be a way for me to write a little bit more, to flex my video editing skills, and just to like have fun, to fill some time in the day as I look for other kinds of jobs. So I went in with bad expectations and pretty luckily early on flipped it. I will say though, it's something I struggled with throughout the whole time, like of hitting some level of success with videos and being like, okay, maybe this can be a job, and changing my mindset. And almost every time I did that, like I was miserable. And you know, that happened probably every 6 months for 6 years. And it's hard not to. It's hard to reevaluate those things. And I guess part of why I'm trying to set all of these, like lower your expectations and go in just doing it because you want to do it, is because, yeah, it is something I struggled with a lot of the times, like the times when this was a hobby, the times I was happiest was when I was just making stuff because it was fun to make. And it was when I was like, well, what if I did this as a job, that this pressure got added to it that I think hurt my, like hurt. Like that's it. And I think I did that like once a year for 6 years. So yeah, I think going in with the expectations of there is value, there is so much value in making video essays. And that value does not have to be monetary. You can get a lot of it out of it personally, and you can get a lot out of it from meeting people. Which again, I think that is a huge part of it. If you make video essays, introduce yourself to other people, comment on other people, watch other people, get to know other people. Don't do it to social climb. Don't do it to be like, hey, this person has 1,000 subs. They can shout my shit out and then I'll get more views. You know, don't do that. Don't let that be the reason you do something. But I will say, meeting other people who make video essays will make your video essays better and will make you more successful in that regard, because you'll be having conversations with intelligent people who can challenge your takes, who can push forward your takes, who can help you with their experiences. And also just like a support group of friends, which like make this world less shitty. Less shitty. Anyway, we've been talking for half an hour. I feel like this has been the expectation setting. Let's get into actual advice. And to start, we're going to look at the very basics. Some of you may already know this. I'm not going to stand on it too long, but for those who don't know anything about what program to use, what microphone to get, this section is for you. This is the basics of getting into making video essays. So the very basics: audio, microphone. A lot of people will be snobby about it. If you tweet, hey, what microphone I should get, people will be like, don't get the Blue Yeti, it's a piece of shit. And whatever. The Blue Yeti is fine for what you'll be doing. For what you will be doing at this point, good enough is more than what you'll need. Hell, you could probably get good audio on your phone if you're in a decent space. I would say maybe shell out a little bit. I'd say if you're going to spend money early on, have it be on a microphone, but don't spend too much. I have a Shure SMB7 and it is overkill for me. Don't spend hundreds of dollars on a microphone, but a microphone is the early spot to make sure it's not shit. This won't be on my main channel, but I will have it on a channel. So when considering microphones, there are two kinds really: XLR and USB. USB just plugs into a USB port. Very, very easy. XLR microphones definitely are more versatile and can give you a better sound, but you need to buy extra things like XLR cables and an audio interface, which that'll double the amount you're spending. I think XLR mics are great, but I would not recommend getting one and buying an audio interface if this is your first time making a video. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth spending that kind of money on it, because you might not even like making video essays, and then you have this stupid expensive setup that you're never going to use. So yeah, I would recommend starting with a USB mic. I use the AT2020. So when it comes to the AT2020 versus the Blue Yeti, which are kind of, I think, the two big suggestions people have to start for new YouTubers, I would recommend the AT2020 because that's what I used and what I liked. But yeah, I know plenty of people that got really great sound out of the Blue Yeti. So either of those would be fine. Plus one, a Blue Yeti, that was a starter mic, got one during a sale. Hey, Barry. Yeah, Blue Yeti, it's just and even $130 is probably kind of expensive for a starter mic. I haven't used the Samson Go. I do know some people that have sworn by it, and I've seen their videos where they have decent audio. And Blue Snowball, Blue Snowball is actually, again, it depends on a lot of things, but Blue Snowball can even sound pretty good. I will say the one thing I would definitely recommend spending money on early on is a mic, but don't spend too much. Your space is going to be more important than your microphone. Always. Always that is the case, even when you have expensive ass mics. So if you're gonna buy a mic, and if you're trying to do it budget, go with the Samson Go, go with Blue Snowball, and then buy some stuff to have good soundproofing. Maybe wait for sales. 2020s and Blue Yetis go on sale all the time, so you can probably wait for that sort of thing. Des, thank you for the sub. But yeah, figure it out. Blue Snowball works great. Samson Go I know less about, but I've heard it works great. But yeah, ultimately the big thing here is your space. If you are just taking the microphone, setting it in the room, and especially if it's a big room or with bare walls and a wooden floor, it's going to sound echoey. It is going to sound echoey and bad. So I would recommend treating it in some way. And the cheapest way to do it, ba-boom, this is what a professional looks like, okay? This is what a professional looks like. I take some pillows up and a blanket over, and here's my microphone. I did have a setup where there was a stool where I placed my laptop on, and I would speak into the mic and read off the laptop up there. But yeah, this will help stupid amounts. This will make this, even honestly, even just putting a blanket over you and the microphone will help a lot. Make sure you are treating your area in some way. Probably the best way to do it is like, if you have a closet with some space, get in there, pad the area around it. But this will be fine, you know? This will be fine. It'll help cut down reverb. It'll help get a nice sounding thing, as you might say it. Well, I don't live here anymore, so no. This is not what I do when I stream. Now I have a expensive mic, which is pretty good at cutting out some of the background sound or some of the reverb. There's still a bit, but I also have like my walls treated with some foam and a lot of stuff to try to make things sound a little better. One other thing I'll say, I don't know. Actually, no. Just get an AT2020 or a Blue Yeti if you have the money. If you don't, look to Samson Go or Blue Snowball. There are other cheap microphones to go for too. These are just 4 that I have some familiarity with. Yeah, that's that. Other things to consider, not just your space, and I think I talk about this later. Be close to your microphone. This does not sound as good. This does not sound, it's going to sound a little harder to hear, a little echoier. Where this is smooth, crisp radio voice. So yeah, be close to your microphone. That's another thing too. Test your levels. Test your levels. All right, so that's audio. Next is footage. It depends what you're making videos on. If you are making videos on video games, which is kind of what my talk is focused on here, there are a handful of ways to do it. Handful of ways to do it. Just thought, how important is it that the microphone filters out sound anymore? There are programs right now that will do that for you. You're always going to be better with organic. Like a good recording is always going to sound better than a processed recording. How do I put that? You still want to do processing stuff to it, but like if you can get it where you don't have to do like a bunch of sound removal, that is going to sound better than if you have to do a bunch of sound removal. There are certainly, processing a bit more for improving audio, not fixing. Yeah. It all depends on what you're trying to do. All right, if you're doing stuff on TV shows, obviously buy the DVDs and whatever. I'm not telling you to do anything wrong. No. Whatever. As far as game footage, there are a few ways to do it. The 2 probably most common. One is using OBS, which is what I'm using to stream right now. Most streamers use it. OBS is free. It's easy. And it can record pretty much anything on your PC. You can set it to record games. You can set it to just record your screen. And it can be great for that. And I have the link here. So when I make this live, if you want to click it and download it, good for you. There's also Shadowplay, which for anyone who has an NVIDIA capture card, you can use it. I think Shadowplay gets better looking footage than OBS, so I would recommend Shadowplay over OBS, but Shadowplay is a little more finicky, and obviously, again, you need NVIDIA for it. You need to have an NVIDIA graphics card. Windows 10 has a game capture software built in now? Ooh. Interesting. What can't it record? I just said pretty much anything in case there was something. I don't necessarily have anything that I think it can't do, I guess. Let's move this up here so we can read the text down there. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. Shadowplay, you are right, does lead to dumb big files, which, hey, maybe you don't want to hold a ton of files on your PC, which, hey, there's other people that have put stuff on YouTube for you to use. Snowman Gaming, the great dad of us all, has a channel called Snowman Gameplay where he is putting everything he has ever recorded on there, and also getting help from other people like me, like Heavy Eye, like a bunch of other creators to put gameplay stuff of theirs on there as well. So it's like this massive archive of things to pull from. There's also World of Long Plays, who just will play through games and has a thing that says, hey, if you credit me, you can use it. There's also Game Footage Archive, which is made by a handful of video essayists in the space of putting stuff on there as well. A lot of more obscure stuff on there. So between those three things, there is a wealth of stuff to pull from. So these are three resources. There are more resources out there, but if you find like, I don't have a good way to capture it because my PC is bad or my laptop's bad, I have enough power to edit stuff, but not enough to capture or store. Like, these are great options to look into and download stuff from. I should have talked about this. There are different programs to use. You write this down, chat. I use a program called 4K Video Downloader. 4K Video Downloader is what I use for download. If I'm going to download some sort of gameplay from Snowman Gameplay, that's what I use. I'll add that link to this once I'm done. There are others like CC Clip Converter, but 4K Video Downloader has been really good for what I do. Yeah, so that's some ways to get footage for what you want to do. As far as live action footage, you know, I don't do a lot of live action, so I'm not the best person. If you have a smartphone, though, from the last few years, which I imagine most of you do, that's good. That is good enough. I feel like to get something that is going to be a better camera than what you have in your phone, it's probably going to be at least in the $400 range. Like, maybe more. Like, you're going to have to spend a bunch of money to get a better camera than what you have on your phone. So don't waste your money on that right now, at least. Don't waste your money right now. Maybe someday, but right now it's just not worth it. So start there. I don't know a ton about lighting techniques, but that is going to help get you better quality than a different camera right now. So research some lighting techniques like 3-point lighting. Is that a thing? Backlighting, or just make sure you're recording in like really well lit rooms. But yeah, if you do some research on that, your live action stuff on your phone can look perfectly good, especially if you're just doing talking head stuff. Your phone is fine. Your phone is fine. For now, at least. Maybe, you know, if you do this for a long time, you might want to switch over to something different, but to start while you're getting into the hobby, use your phone. It is just the most efficient and effective way to do it. The next section, the next section is software. I use Adobe Suites. A lot of people who do this professionally use Adobe Suites. Adobe's great. The things I use on it are Premiere, Audition, Photoshop, and occasionally After Effects. Solid software. People are familiar with it, so they can help you learn stuff and help you troubleshoot. It is really expensive, though. Depending on the plan you'd pick, it can be $20 to $50 a month. So if you're on that high end of $50 a month, that's $600 a year, which is a lot. That's a lot. I think you can buy these programs individually. I might be wrong though. It also breaks a lot. Not that other programs don't break, but the Adobe stuff you can rent individually. Ugh. Okay, yeah. I think when I looked at it quickly, it's $50 a month for everything. Am I right on that? Is it $50 a month is just the Adobe suites? What if I just click it and look? Actually, I think it might have some personal stuff, so never mind. But yeah, it's going to be expensive. I think you could probably get like Premiere for 20. And I'll say if you're getting one thing, get Premiere. Obviously, because it's going to edit your videos. It's not a great, like it's not as robust as Photoshop, but you can do some Photoshop stuff in there. You can do some stuff that you could do in After Effects in there. Not as good, but enough for when you're starting. But yeah, I would say if you're going to get one, get Premiere. But if you don't want to spend that money because you don't have that money, there are free options. And cheaper options too. I should say Sony Vegas, I think you can just buy it. It's probably somewhere, depending on if there's a sale, like somewhere in the $300 to $500 range, which is expensive for sure, but it'll last you a long time. Whereas Adobe is going to be an ongoing payment until you turn old and gray. So yeah, Sony Vegas could be a different one. But there are free alternatives, some of them being really good. DaVinci Resolve, I have not used it, but when I was doing research for this, it was easily the most recommended one. I see a lot of people in chat right now saying, hey, that one's good. So yeah, it is certainly one I've seen a fair bit of positivity around. Use DaVinci, it's real good. Yeah. I've also heard Lightworks is pretty good. Don't know much about it, but I've heard that is good as well if you want an alternate to DaVinci Resolve. The opposite for Audition, or free option for Audition, would be Audacity, which I think a lot of people just use. Audacity is a free audio editing program. It does what you need it to do. It doesn't look as pretty as Audition, but functionally, it does most of the stuff that you would need it for. And especially when you're just starting out and you're mostly just cutting up stuff and adding a few effects, it's good. As far as Photoshop, ones I looked into, GIMP or GIMP? Is it GIMP? GIMP is like kind of the old classic, always been the free competitor to Photoshop. I also found one called Photopea, which is a browser-based Photoshop that looks like Photoshop, so you can kind of learn Photoshop through that. Those work as well. As far as After Effects, I was struggling a bit, and I put Blender in here. If anyone who actually knows much about Blender can tell me I'm wrong, that's fine. But stuff I looked, it seems like Blender you could use to do some of the stuff you might want to do in After Effects. Granted, I think Blender is pretty fucking complicated. Blender is pretty fucking complicated. And maybe you just don't worry about having an alternate After Effects thing right now. But Blender would be a free alternative for it. So yeah, that's the basics for software. Adobe is what a lot of people use. Sony Vegas is another pretty popular one. And I think for Mac users, Final Cut Pro, also popular, but lots of free ones. DaVinci Resolve, I've heard pretty much only good things about. All right, chat, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. All right. Blender is the cook. The UI feels like it has a harder learning curve. Yeah. I think Blender could be an alternate for After Effects. Like it has the capability to do things you'd want it to do, but probably very complicated to learn. In general, I would say if you're just starting, probably don't worry about anything that you'd want to do in After Effects right away. Like adding more complicated effects, depending on where your editing level is, like that can be something down the road. That can be something that you add in as you learn more about stuff. All right. So we move into the next part, not just the basics, not just the setting your expectations. How do I make something good? How do I make something good? The answer, make something you'd want to watch. That's going to be the start. Make something you'd want to watch. Maybe it is we got to get rid, wait. Got to make this look good. So moving into the next section, the big question is, how do I make something good? And it has a simple answer of make something you'd want to watch. Make something you'd want to watch. That's the way to do it. That is how you want to approach making videos. It should be, chat, chill. It should be maybe filling a void that no one else is making, of like, hey, there's this topic I like, but no one else is talking about it. If you ever have the thought, and I do this sometimes too, if you ever have the thought, I wish someone made a video on X, maybe just make it. Just make it. Just make it for yourself. Juju, yeah, I'm gonna put the VOD up and also eventually have this cut down into a more digestible video that'll be on the YouTube. Yeah, make something you'd want to watch. If you look back and you don't like what you're watching, and granted, I promise you, in 6 months, you definitely won't like what you made. That's how it goes. Like, that's the natural order of things. If you like what you made 6 months ago, that's a rare thing. But when you're making it and when you're coming up with ideas, it should be those areas that, not that no one's talking about, but that you want more people to talk about, that you're interested in learning about and hearing about. So that should be the basis of where you start stuff. So let's talk about script writing. And this is script writing 101, and I've already forgot what I put here. So this will be fun. Okay. The first is let's talk about different types of content you can make. The three big areas of what video essays are, what I'd say encompass the big thing of video making. We have reviews, we have critiques/analysis, and then what I call the bread and butter, the bulk video essay. The here's idea, here's me presenting things about it. And I kind of see them all in the same space. But when you're getting into this, I think you have to consider what you want out of it and realize that some paths are harder. Some paths are going to be harder to have people respond to. And again, this isn't necessarily about making something that is really, really popular. We're not even focused on that yet, but just making something that anyone would want to watch besides yourself, period, is going to be your second goal after what do I want to watch? And some paths are going to be harder. If you are 100% in this to make stuff that you want to watch, you should make whatever you want. You should make reviews, you should make critiques or analysis, or you should make video essays, if that is your full goal. And I think that should be the start. But I know most of us are doing it to also have other people react to our ideas. So with reviews, the thing to consider is, why does anyone care about your review of Ocarina of Time versus the millions of other reviews? Why does anyone, if you make a video and title it Ocarina of Time Review, and it is your first video, why does anyone want to click it? And maybe you have a really nice thumb or something, but chances are they've seen the video before by someone else. You aren't an established name. And that's the hard part about reviews. If you want to make reviews because you like making reviews and it's what you have fun doing, thumbs up, have fun. But when considering like how people consume reviews, typically it is watching people that they value the opinion of, that they trust, to see either do they share the same opinion about this game with me, or is this game worth buying? That is what people go to reviews for. And if you like making that, that's fine. If you're making it and hoping to get much kind of feedback on that work, it's going to be a harder thing. Of course, maybe that's not something you care about, and that's fine. That's great. But it's going to be tough. Critiques and analysis, a little more flexible. And a big draw, a reason why I think critiques and analysis are typically more successful on YouTube as an approach. I know this isn't exactly script writing. We're just talking about format. And I just had some thoughts, but yeah, sorry for this being a little off topic, but it'll come around maybe. Critiques and analysis, yeah, a little more flexible in their format, and you can still focus on maybe one individual thing throughout a game. And usually these are long. Usually these are the things that are 20 plus minutes, you know, the Joseph Anderson critique, the Joseph Anderson analysis. I still think titling it that only works if you're like King K or Joseph Anderson. It can maybe work for other people, but usually you want some sort of take in your title. But these, yeah, they draw people in because of their long form. Again, if they are just presented as critique or analysis, they do run into the why do I care about your point of view problem. But yeah. And then there's video essays, which interesting takes that can spread far. Also can be hard to market certain ideas though. What I'm trying to get at with talking about these three things in the context of video essays is that like, it's all about how you package them. I think it's fine to make anything on these three things. It's fine to make reviews. It's fine to make critiques and analysis. It's fine to make video essay. And again, this is less to do with fully script writing, but kind of trying to decide what you want to write. Okay. Retrospectives in there too. Kind of deciding what you want to write. I think while you can do any of these three things, an important thing is how you package it. How you package it. I think if you title your thing Ocarina of Time review and you're just getting started, that's the wrong take. Try to, I think, honestly, package everything like it's a video essay. Even if it's a review, even if it's a critique, package everything kind of like a video essay that maybe talks about one of the major takes that you have. I think this is something that the Completionist has doing a fair bit. Like the episodes have certainly changed some in how they operate, but they are still largely, you know, medium long form reviews that talk about the different aspects of a game and his journey of completing it. But every title, every package of it is a fair bit different now. That is like putting take first. Okay. In general, I think that is going to lead to the most interesting type of writing. So regardless of format, like consider why you are making a video on something. And if you don't have a strong take, which should probably be your title or in your title, if you don't have a strong take, then chances are your script won't be focused enough to stand out. Okay. Make sure you have a take. If you are just talking about if you are making a review and just talking about every element in a game individually and not how like they build together to either be good or bad, you don't have a take. You're just dissecting different pieces. Have a take, have a thesis, but like usually you want that thesis to be, as some might say, a little hot. A little hot. It doesn't have to go against the grain. True. Get your hot thesis. Yeah, thesis should be beyond is game good, is game bad. But everything should have the spicy theses have some sort of take. Make sure you have a strong enough through line for your piece that you're actually interested in talking about it and that other people would be interested in listening about it. Because if you don't have that, then why is anyone going to click it? You know? The ship of theses, the hot ship of theses. Anyway, so regardless of what path you take, whether it's reviews, critiques, or video essays, typical video essays, have a take. Have something to be a through line throughout the piece. I saw James had a good analysis versus evaluation. I don't think evaluation is necessarily bad, but consider like, I guess, what the value of your evaluation is. Why are you interested in that, and why are other people interested in that? So make sure you have some sort of through line throughout your piece that is your hot take, your thesis, the thing that joins every piece you're putting together to make it like one cohesive thing. So yeah, think about the value, what value the idea will add to the general conversation. Now, I want to be careful with this. Don't get this twisted. Don't think that this is me saying, oh, well, X person made a video on this topic, so I feel like I can't. Okay? That'll happen. It happens to me. It happens to everyone. That will happen to you sometimes. But that's not what I'm saying. And I think you should try to avoid feeling that way. I think, though, what you do need, if you are doing something that falls in the vein of like, okay, Mark Brown did a video on this, that's fine. But think about like what your perspective on it, what your take, what your thesis will add to the conversation. How is it different than Mark Brown's? And that's not me saying like, don't do it. That is me actually saying, figure out how yours is going to be different. And that'll make an interesting thing. Inserting yourself into your content is big good, because you and your life experiences, it's an experience that no one else has. Like, no one else has lived your life. No one else sees the world exactly like you. So that is your analytical superpower, is you are the only person who can see the world the way you see it. And sometimes the way you see the world isn't going to be interesting, and that's fine. Not everyone has something interesting to say about everything. But other times, the way you see the world is going to be super interesting to people. So think about like how you putting yourself into it can add to the conversation and what value that will bring. Make sure you are pushing those ideas forward. Make sure you are actually using those things instead of like pulling back and trying to be some sort of objective analyzer of games. Because if you are taking, I don't know. I am a believer that if you are taking yourself fully outside of any sort of analysis and you are not a part of that, then like, why do I give a shit? I think a lot of people on YouTube are interested in human experiences, and that is always going to be the thing you can add to a take that no one else can. So make sure you do it. Just fucking write the draft. That's the next part. Once you have your take, just fucking write it. Just do it, okay? Just stop saying you're gonna do it. Just stop rewriting the first paragraph over and over. Just write the fucking draft. Get to the end of it. Be like, wow, there's a lot of really shitty sentences in here. Wow, this does not connect super well. That's fine. You can fix that shit later. But right now, when you are starting, write your first draft of the script. finish the script. Do it. Get to the end of it. Don't like try to make your first paragraph perfect, because this is what I think a lot of people do. This is what I catch myself doing, is rewriting the first couple paragraphs over and over and revising them to sound really, really good. And a lot of times they do. And then I keep writing, and the next paragraph adds something that's like, oh, well, I need to go back to the paragraph before to change this so it fits better with the fourth paragraph. But then, okay, well, now that I changed that in the third, I need to change something too. Like, it's going to be this constant loop of working backwards if you are editing and revising paragraph by paragraph. So instead, write your shitty draft. Write just the worst shit you've ever written and revise it to be less shitty. And eventually, it'll be good. It might even be kind of good. But just get it written, because I think a lot of us get stuck in this loop of like, I have this idea, I want it to be perfect though. And it's not going to be perfect because we're not perfect writers. The only way to get good at writing is to write a lot. And if you are rewriting the same paragraph, that is not what you want to do. So just my first bit of advice, as stupid as it may sound, and as like, maybe it doesn't sound like advice, but it's just like, just write. Just write your script. Be willing to cut stuff. Be willing to cut stuff, which will lead into the next point. Be willing to cut stuff, be ready to revise, finish it. Don't think you're ready to ship it after that, but get it to a point where you can see the whole. Because that is the important thing, is the whole of a video. Not that one paragraph is really good. And getting into why the whole of the video is good brings in this idea. Yeah, have other people read your drafts as well. I think a good way, what I tend to do is I will write a shitty draft. I will send it off to someone to look over, get their general thoughts. I'll take their suggestions into consideration and then just go ham and start revising. That has kind of been my writing process. And then a lot of times, getting a second look after I've done a bunch of revisions. And the reason this is important, the reason you want to be looking at the whole of a piece and not just individual paragraphs, partly because you can very easily get stuck on stuff, but also because you want the tone of the piece to feel consistent. Thing to note, you can keep going, but leave a note to yourself that you want to change so you don't forget. Yeah, very much. Leave notes for yourself all the time. That way you keep the forward momentum and still acknowledge what you'll go back. Yeah, I in a lot of my scripts, I will highlight a sentence and be like, write this so it's good next time. Make sure this is good next time. That is something I do frequently. But yeah, you in general, you want your piece to feel consistent, have it build into each other, which gets into the idea of the single effect. The single effect, of course, a term coined by the great Edgar Allan Poe, everybody's favorite poet and author, once said, a skillful literary artist has constructed a tale. If wise, he has not fashioned his thoughts to accommodate his incidents, but having conceived with deliberate care a certain unique or single effect to be wrought out, he then invents as may best aid him in establishing this preconceived effect. If his very initial sentence tend not to the outbringing of this effect, then he has failed in his first step. A different creative has a similar quote. Don't waste time talking about shit that doesn't matter. Pretty much the same thing. I think as eloquently spoken. But yeah, don't waste your time talking about shit that doesn't matter. I don't know that you necessarily need to stick to the idea that every word, every sentence needs to fully move towards the single effect your video or video essay is trying to push out. But I think most of the stuff you're talking about should lead to that. You don't want to go on big tangents about stuff that really has nothing to do with the point of what you're talking about. You know, if you are making a video on, you'll never know. You'll never know if I'm Edgar Allan Poe. But we are both, both recluse idiots. Anyway, and I'll make sure to link this in the talk too. Jacob Geller has done a similar talk like this on the Min Max podcast, where one of the things he talks about is, that same idea of have a take and remember that your essay shouldn't and can't focus on everything. If you are making a video on the art style of X game, spending a lot of time talking about how good the music in that game is, probably has nothing to do with what you're saying. Maybe it does. Maybe you have a good connection. But think about it. Does what I'm talking about matter to the greater piece? And if the answer is no, then cut it. Because you don't need it. It is going to be wasted time that isn't helping the point you are making and is just going to confuse people as to why it is being talked about. So cut things that really don't build towards what your main idea is. I think this can be hard for a lot of people, but it is a pretty common thing. I've seen some posts about, frustrations, and certainly I've written this sort of thing in my stuff too, but like frustrations on how some videos will start with like a person's personal history with a series, right? I think that sort of thing is fine as long as it comes back throughout the piece. But a lot of times that'll be just a self-contained thing of like, I used to play Mega Man when I was a kid. I played Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man, and like just go on and give a little context, I guess, but not actually influence what's talked later on. So, just consider those things. If you bring something up in the first paragraph, that's an idea or an anecdote, it should probably come back later on to have some sort of effect, to have some sort of connection point. Or you just cut it because it's fluff that you don't need. I just consider these things. Consider where any point that you mention leads to. And if it doesn't lead to anything, then, yikes. Get rid of it. Wasted a lot of time in my first video because I felt super negative and had to give the game the same amount of time to praise it as I did criticize it. Yeah, I think so. I do think it is fine to like set expectations. It is fine to set context. Like I did that in my Breath of the Wild video of like, this is all coming from someone who loves the game. I'm going to talk shit about it, right? But I don't even think I needed that. I just wanted to do that because I know how YouTube works and I know how much shit I would get if I didn't qualify it. I also have that come back at the end, right? I talk about how I love the game in the beginning and then talk about the problems I have with it. And then at the end, I talk about how what made Breath of the Wild my favorite game ever, all these things, even if they were different, it wouldn't change much, right? So there is that through line. So if you're having that through line at the beginning, if you're having that thing in the beginning that's qualifying stuff, have it at the end. If you are negative towards the game and you're trying to balance it with positive critique to be like, hey, I'm objective, I don't think you need to do that. Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. Do you write video essay scripts like script or an essay? I write it like an essay, but I will say, as in like I write it in paragraphs and like that and format it that way. I will say the style I write video essays in is far different than the style that I would write a essay in. Like the essays I wrote in college are far more formal than the video essays I write. I do a lot of things in my video essays that I think people might look at and be like, that's bad writing if you're reading it. But if it's being spoken to you, it works. Because video essays are kind of a conversation. They're conversational in a way that a written essay isn't going to be. Remember my English teacher telling me to begin and end your paper with what you want the reader to remember most. Yes. Yes, yes. Your writing gets better the more granular you are. Writing a 5-page essay on climate change is possible. Writing on how climate change impacts the fish in such and such river is, yeah. Yes. Anyway, writing 102, which will be, the more topic-based stuff. We already talked about takes, but how do you come up with a take? How do you know what take is something you should follow? Personally, I come up with topics, I play games, I have an idea, and typically I follow the ideas that interest me most. If I can't stop thinking about stuff, then I'm like, I should make this video. An example that I talk about here is the Color of Corruption video. And for those of you who have been watching the stream for a long time, you probably saw that happen in real time. I was playing Ori and the Will of the Wisps on stream. And I was like, hey, why is this shit purple? And I was like, a lot of stuff's purple. That's usually like corruption. That's usually like poison and blah, 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 all these things. And like in real time, I was like, I'm really interested in this. Like, it's not just that it's purple. I'm like, why is it purple? Because nothing's purple like that. And that was the idea. I researched it, found a few answers that like felt like they could have led into that shift. And I was like, hey, if I was interested enough to spend time researching this, to teach myself about it, there's a decent chance other people might find that interesting as well. So that's why I went with it. Because I was like, hey, this is cool. Also, it helped that I looked it up and like no one else had made a video like it. So it was kind of an open space. And yeah, I was interested. I followed the research. I was like, hey, shit, I've already done the work. I've already looked up all this shit. Might as well make a video. So when choosing a topic, when coming up with a take for something, your own curiosity should drive your creations. The things you are curious about should drive your creations, because your passion and interest for that will shine through in your work, and you'll just have fun making it. You will have fun making it because it's like, shit, this fascinates me. I want to talk about it. There have been so many times throughout my content creation life that like I will say I'm not going to make a video on something and then keep talking to my friends about that thing until they're like, Raz, shut the fuck up. Go make the video. Stop saying you're not going to make a video on Breath of the Wild. You're going to end up making 5. Just go make the first one. Like, and I think we have to recognize that in ourselves a little more. We have to recognize that a little more in ourselves who are making stuff. If you're making a video and you're like, yeah, I can't stop talking about this, that's because you should just make a video on it. Just make the video. And yeah, the next point that kind of I think ties with that is don't avoid a topic because you aren't currently knowledgeable. Okay? If you're not currently knowledgeable about it, don't avoid it. In fact, that's a lot of times what's going to be some of the most interesting stuff, because it's like part of the script and part of what you write about can be the journey of how you learned it, which I think can be some interest in that, but also just like you will get more out of it if you are learning stuff too. I think also just mentally, if you are propping yourself up as I am the master of this knowledge, I know all and I will bestow upon you my wisdom. Like, that's kind of, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, champ. And probably not even true. Probably not even fully true. So I think if you are making videos, not to say you can never do something that you're like, I'm already an expert on this, I'm going to make a video on it. You should do that too. You should use your talents 100% to make video ideas. But you probably don't have enough talents. You probably don't have enough talents to make dozens and dozens of YouTube videos, all based on those talents, or necessarily that you'd be interested in constantly talking about. So yeah, no offense, I don't have enough talents for it. So learn stuff. Yeah, do research, watch other creators. GDC Talks, rather day, that's great. GDC Talks are an incredible place to pull information from and learn more stuff about games. And I said it before, talk to other people in the space, make friends. Again, you're not making friends to promote yourself, but you are making friends. A, have friends. Friends are cool. And B, have friends with similar interests and hobbies and who do the same thing and will have intellectual conversations about stuff you like talking about, which will give you new ideas, which will give you new approaches on how to talk about an issue. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Read books, tons of different ways, tons of different things. Hey, Mitch, if you're here for a while and people who are coming in ask if there's a VOD or a video, can you just say yes? Because I appreciate the question. I think it's a good question, but I think I've answered it too many times. And I feel bad for stopping to answer it all the time. Thank you. I appreciate you. No, Shroobs, not on you. Shroobs, that is not on you. I should have had some sort of command set up. So then I think a question is, we've talked about this a lot, right? We talked about a lot of establishing your expectations, making stuff for yourself, making stuff that you want to watch. But look, if you put out a video and it gets 0 views, there's no way to not feel bad about that. You know what I mean? Like, we can't help but be influenced by the numbers that exist with YouTube. And while I definitely think you should do what you can not to base your success, not to base tons of emotions on those things, it's just there's nothing you can do about it. It is how we are wired. And if you're posting something on YouTube, you want at least someone to watch it. You want people to be interested in it. So it will be hard to get over that. And I know my suggestion here is saying essentially tough it out, but I think the best way to get over feeling bad that there wasn't necessarily a ton of interest in your idea is moving on to the next thing. Write something new, edit something new. Remember, not every video will top the last. Not every video will be your best video. Do what you can to remember that a big part of all of this is honing your skills, honing your writing skills, your editing skills, and giving yourself a creative outlet. I wish there was an easy answer to like, how do you get over the mental part? But there's just not. Except I think moving to the next thing and not getting stuck up on how the last thing did. One of the big problems, the dark place of asking, am I the person to make this? Why is this necessary? Because you pick the idea to death otherwise. Surround yourself in bros. Drink lots of water. Yeah, I'm losing my voice a bit. Gross. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Anyway, but yeah, don't try to look at your analytics as infrequently as possible. because I promise you, honestly, not that there's no information that can be learned from it. There certainly is. But even now, I don't need to check my analytics that much because it doesn't actually help me. Don't let it be, do what you can and not let it become a crutch. But yeah, always be trying to focus on the next idea. That is the best way to recover from feeling like people weren't interested in the last. Next topic, voiceover tips. Talked about this a bit before with the microphones. Be close to your microphones. It definitely depends on what you have. But yeah, like, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches? I'm like 4 right now. I don't know. Close. Be close. Because the further away you get, the worse it's going to sound. And if you're getting close to, depending on the mic, maybe get a pop filter or put something in the way so you don't get a lot of plosives. Yeah. Drink lots of water. I might go refill mine after this. Record every script twice. Record every script twice. Especially early on when you are getting used to performance, when you are getting used to your space. It is very hard. I mean, you'll probably have fucked up at some point. Okay? You'll probably fuck up at some point, and if you don't have a second take, you'll have to try to record that line again, and almost certainly it will sound different. It will sound different because it'll be a different day. Your setup will be slightly off, and it'll not be as good on a recording. Also, the other thing is, at least in my experience, your second take through a script is always, every time, going to be better than your first take on a script. Every time you'll have a better understanding of the line. At least when I go through stuff, like, I'll say a line, and after performing it a few times, I'll figure out exactly how I want to say it. And it's only, I think, on that second take, on that second recording through, that I'm like, this is exactly what I want it to be. Should you record it in bits and cut it all together, or record most at once? I think it depends on the length. I think it depends on the length of what you're doing. If you're making stuff that's like 30 minutes plus, do it in chunks. Because that can be really, really long recording sessions. But if your video is like 2,000 words, which will be roughly a 10-minute video, like 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how fast you talk, I would just do that in one. But also it depends on what your voice can do. I've heard other tips that people do of like, read through it multiple times where, one take you do it kind of just a straight read through, another take you do it as over the top as possible, and then, another where you do it like kind of in between, whatever works for you. But in general, record it twice so you have more takes to pull from. And also because, the second time through it's just going to sound better. It's just going to sound better. You used to imitate Mark, Mitch, and Hamish. Find that perfect cadence. Along with that is don't be timid. A lot of people sound like they're, hi, my name's Rasputin, and I'm here to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. The Sonic the Hedgehog series has had a pretty tumultuous time where people don't know if they love it or hate it. And it just sounds like it sounds like they're trying not to wake their parents up. See, but he doesn't sound timid. Sid doesn't sound timid. He talks quiet, but there's still power to it. But I guess that's kind of the base of his voice. The issue is most people who do that don't have the bass, like the hi, ha, ha, hi. But you get that kind of timid sounding thing. And for a lot of people, it just makes it sound not good. Refund myself. No, I think your voiceovers are good. I think yours pull viewers in. I'm talking about my early videos where I sound like I'm trying to be timid or sound like someone's sleeping in the other room. And maybe someone is sleeping in the other room. which like then don't record during that time. Don't record during a time where you need to be quiet. And if you're living with other people, say, hey, I'm recording this script. It's going to be a little awkward, but look, this is what I need to do. This is what I need to do. So I'm going to be a little weird. And if you can just deal with it, thank you. And be loud, because when you get a little louder, you're able to inflect a little better. You sound more self-assured. And all that. Again, I should have the caveat that it depends on your voice. It depends on your performance abilities as well. This is kind of for people similar to my voice and people similar to me, where I think noted, Sid, you can do whatever the fuck you want and it'll sound good because you have like the calmest, most soothing voice in the world. Most people don't have your voice though. You know? But yeah, when voicing over, do it multiple times. Don't be timid. And just practice. Practice talking into a mic a bit because it is a little weird. It takes a little time to get used to. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. All right, I'm going to go fill up my water and we'll continue this shit. Be right back. All right. Did you gonna rewatch this? I need this advice. You know what you're doing though. I don't know that I give a ton of audio tips that'll help you, Pine. You just talk to Mitch. I think your audio is good though. I think you do good voiceover and yeah, your audio is good. All right. Any questions on this? You ever have different intonations on different days? Yes. I think recently I have gotten pretty good at being able to imitate how I sounded on a previous recording. I showed you my setup before. I have gotten a more quote unquote professional. And by professional, I mean I have put a piece of plywood in my closet and draped a moving blanket over it and put some treatment on the walls to have a makeshift sound booth. So because of that, I can have a pretty consistent space every time I record, which makes it easier for me to mimic how I sounded on a previous take. But certainly, yeah, I've gone multiple days, tried to record the same line, and just the intonation's so different. And it takes so many takes to try to get anywhere near where I was. Lord Bloodlad, your favorite streamer? Shit. Damn. Yeah, hydration's good. Hydration, good. All right, the next is talking about editing. I have some editing advice. I should say off the bat, like, I'm not the best editor out there. I think I have sufficient edits and they get the job done. This is kind of going to be focused on people who don't have much experience editing and are trying to get into it. This is early steps of getting into editing. As far as more complicated stuff, you got to do research. You got to just maybe take classes. There are places to do that online, and obviously maybe even at your university if you go to college. Or just, YouTube. YouTube has so much shit that you can watch and get good. This is very basic stuff though. And this is if you're making kind of your first few video essays, what you should be focused on. Okay. So, for editing, start with focusing on clean edits. You just want it to look like passable and feel like it has a smooth progression. A few very simple things to do. Time your cuts to sentences. So when you have like your footage of Zelda and then your footage of Skyrim, have the cut where it goes from Zelda to Skyrim be at the end of the sentence. This might sound obvious to a lot of you, but I have watched a fair amount of essays that like the footage on screen seems to have very little to do with the words being said. So you want cuts to be timed to your sentences, and you want clips to be relevant. The things being shown on screen should be relevant to what you are saying. That is going to make for some interesting stuff. And make it so people can follow what you're saying, so people are getting examples of what you're saying by images. And also, like, here, let me hit you. Let me hit you with a good example. People will call something good editing that I don't necessarily think is really good editing. It's just like kind of clever. But if you're doing that, you can essentially trick people into thinking you're a really good editor by doing this one simple trick. All right. Someone left a comment about it. Give me a second. Also, I'm about to show someone, and to be clear, all this stuff I said about tricking people into thinking you're a good editor, the thing I'm about to show is from someone who I think is a really good editor. But I think they do something that like people comment on. Where the fuck is it? People comment on and call it good editing when it's just like using a good clip. Okay. Let me make sure this is the right. Okay. 1 second. All right, this is from Wizard What?
Because we were all terrible at it. From that point on, I was hooked, but not
right. He says that point on, I was hooked. Shows Roadhog throwing the hook. Has a few comments of people being like, "What a great edit," right? And it's like that's a smart use of a clip, right? And it doesn't take like any sort of wild editing talent, but it will stick out to people, and people will be like, "Oh, damn, this guy's a good editor," and like anyone can do that. You know what I mean? You don't need talent. And Steve has a lot of talent. This is a really well edited video.
And managed to have a significant impact on the game, probably because we were all terrible at it. From that point on, I was hooked.
But you don't need a huge amount of talent as an editor or a huge amount of knowledge as an editor to put a clip that is essentially doing what you're saying, right? Another example of this is my video, Color of Corruption, where I don't know where it is. think it's this. Wait, no, it's not. Where is it? Where is it? Chat, this is embarrassing. I should have not shown you.
In forests, poisons aren't easily identified. Things should look. People became
Where?
with things like rot, darkness, and evil. But black is a difficult color to work with.
Give me a second as I look for this on my own. Oh, fuck.
In games, it's possible that a lot of developers, especially back
Shut up, Raz. Where the fuck is it? I've taken too long, but now I have to show you it. I don't have an option to like avoid it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Fuck. All right. Another example.
lush forests, rolling hills, vast
Right. Small, tiny little edit.
often in nature. Our associations with lush forests, rolling hills, vast
Like it's the dumbest shit. It is showing hills and having Mario roll. And I have 100 comments talking about it. Like those things people consider to be good editing because it's something that like maybe makes them smile, feels like it's a good connection to what's being said. Like, and anyone can do it. That doesn't take editing skill. It just takes like acknowledging that what you're saying is being represented on screen in some way. Sometimes that is, most of the time it should be like you are showing what's being talked about as another example. And that's good. That's what you want. And other times it's just like, yeah, make a little joke about rolling hills. Anyone can do those things. And if you add those little flares, people will be like, wow, this person's a good editor. Even though I think it doesn't take much editing skill. It just takes recognizing stuff. Along with that, with clean edits, aim to not let any shot play for too long. Show my lightning. Okay. Ba-boom.
Before moving on to my final major
Oh,
section.
why isn't it showing? Oh, because I have it. All right.
I wanted to go over some smaller things that I have less to say about, but are still important. So consider this the lightning round. First,
Right, it's just simple little shit. If you can find it and do it, like people will be like, "Wow, that's really good. You edited that really well." And it's just like I just put a clip of lightning. Simple. But yeah, that sort of thing can help lead to smooth looking edits. Oops. All right, let's move this up here. How do you get fonts for games? Google it. Just Google Zelda font. And a lot of times you'll find something on DaFont. You'll find something online. Subreddits have stuff to it. Yeah, it's out there. Just Google. As I was saying before, aim not to have any shot play out for too long. You want a diversity of shots. You don't want it hanging on one thing forever, especially if it's not related to what you're talking about, which will probably certainly happen over time. Also, people have shit attention spans. People's attention spans are shit. And I said cut with cut with your sentences or cut with your points, and you should still do that. That is a good rule of thumb. It's also a good rule of thumb, at least when I took like film classes, and maybe it's changed and maybe it's different, but in fact, I bet you it's gotten shorter based on the TikTok era. It was like no shot in anything unless it's like a direct purpose of trying to build some sort of suspense. Your shots should not be longer than like 6 seconds. You are probably best off if you are changing the shot every 6 seconds. That's like a general rule of thumb. You want a diversity of shots. You want it so viewers are constantly being hit with something new to look at that is re-engaging their brain into what's being talked about. Because otherwise they may lose focus and be like, isn't getting that much footage kind of hard? Yeah, it is kind of hard, but boom, oh my God, Snowman gameplay, World of Long Plays, game footage archive, so much fucking footage. Oh my goodness gracious. You can just go on and download it. It's great. You don't even need to do it yourself. All right. Also, don't make clips too short. Don't make clips too short. If something plays for less than half a second, it's gonna almost look more like a visual hiccup than like an intentional thing. And maybe sometimes you can. It just, if something is gonna be short, there should be an intentional purpose. Again, and if something is long, if you want a long shot, that's fine too. But again, have an intentional purpose of trying to build some sort of mood or idea. I think with editing, add 1 to 2 new techniques each video. That's a good way to build up your repertoire and learn new things and become good. Become good at editing. If you are struggling to figure out what to add and what to do, watch creators. Honestly, every time you make a video, before it, watch a Mark Brown video. Watch a Nike Jake video. Watch a lot of people that like have heavy visual edits. Watch anyone. Find something you like and be like, I want to learn how to do that. And then learn how to do that. And then you will build up your toolkit. And eventually you'll just be like, hey, I can do all these things. And I can incorporate them in videos. With that said, don't overdo it. Don't do too much too quick. Don't be like, I don't want to put my video out until I know all the editing. Because then your video will just never come out. Which, with editing, with writing, with audio, with everything, I should say, a published video is better than an unpublished video. Get something to come out. Don't let you trying to perfect it stop you from releasing anything. Serious question. Do you think those edits where you put a paragraph of text on the screen or for a single frame count as increased watch time? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it measures when people are paused. I have no idea though. With edits, front load your most ambitious edits early on. This is just a YouTube tip. Retention on YouTube is not great. Good retention on YouTube is in that 40 to 60% range. Like people say, if most of your stuff is in 40 to 60%, you're doing pretty well. And that's probably a little hard to deal with, but it is just something to remember. If you want people to recognize your edits and see your edits and be like, damn, this guy's kind of sick with it, put him in the front. Because that's when you're most likely to lose people, is early on in a video. So if you're having, some slick edits, it will help you keep the attention of a lot of folks. Who are the people clicking off videos in the first minute? Most of them. Most of them. Yeah. like tons of people. it's kind of wild that they click a video, they hear the first word. Like a lot of people know if they're going to watch the whole video after hearing the first word. It's wild. I think the choke points of what I've seen before is like the first 5 seconds, which is why you don't want too long of an intro, and then like the first 40 seconds. And if people last past 40 seconds, they'll probably last for a while. But if you look at most people's charts, not all, and mine, there's definitely a diversity in like my retention charts. But like, if you look at most of them, after the first minute, it drops down to like, depending on the video, like 70, 60%. And then from there climbs down slowly over the next X amount of minutes down by 10 or 20%. What's there to say about game that hasn't already been said? So with that, thanks for watching. But yeah, front load your edits, especially if you want people to see them, if you want to help your retention. I do think that's a good idea. If you have a 30-minute video and the majority of your editing time is spent on something you do 25 minutes in, if you're doing that for yourself, cool. And you should be doing this for yourself for large part, but it's not going to help you as much as if you have slick editing in the beginning. Obviously, edit what you want, make the piece you want, but consider that the first couple minutes are what most people are going to see. And if you want people to stick around, having it visually distinct and interesting is going to be the best part, best way to do it at the beginning. The other big secret to editing advice. This is the biggest secret to have good editing. It changes, frankly, I think it changes everything. It is the most important thing you can do. Use good music. Make sure your music's good. Music is cheating. Music is the way to get people to think your video is so much better than it actually is. Okay? It is such a huge, important thing to set mood, to set tone, to get people to feel something, and to get them connected. Using good music. If you are just popping on a lo-fi, I've been back and forth on this in the past, but for the most part, if you are just popping on a lo-fi track or a popular video game track and having that repeat through the majority of your thing, you're missing a really great opportunity to push forward an identity, to push forward a sense of cohesion in your essay, to push forward emotion. You are just missing so much space to do cool and good shit. Because yeah, people will have connections to the songs that are used and just the feeling and how the songs sound, you know? Like, look, you're a little sadder now. And now I can say something that really doesn't mean much. But like, the banjo makes me cry. You know what I mean? It has a huge effect. It can really help amplify the point you are trying to make. It can help sell what you're saying better than how you're saying it, better than how you're showing it. Using good music is massive. Find the tracks that fit the emotion you want to sell. It will have a massive shift on what you're making and how effective it is. If you're just repeating the same track for the majority of your thing, you're missing it. You're missing it. As far as what music to use, video game music is kind of the Wild West. As I've heard it described, and I've described it also. It is the Wild West. You can get away with most of it. We'll talk about things to look for. There are certainly services you can use. but video game music's a great place to start and great place to look into. Now, if we're going to talk about how to effectively use music, I want to look at a case study. You know, I want to look at some people that do it well. Okay. So we're going to use this opportunity. We're going to use this opportunity to talk about the great Jakes. Of course, I'm referring to Nakey Jakey. And Jacob Geller. The great Jakes. I think these two dudes use music like in videos better than anyone. Or as well as anyone. I think they are able to manipulate music to get their points across, to set a mood, to set a tone, and all of that in great ways. And we'll look at some of their clips and how they kind of use their music and music they choose to push points across, to change the tone, to get you to feel some sort of way. So let's start with Nakey Jakey. He has this video on Rockstar, and let's just watch the first minute of it. Let's just steal some content. Let me know if it freezes. I sometimes have problems with this.
Anyone who's been watching my channel for a while knows that I am a huge Rockstar fanboy. I feel like I mention their games in almost every video I make. I made a whole video essay about how amazing they are at creating virtual worlds. I stand in line to get their games at midnight. The last video I uploaded was a fucking country music video about how excited I was for Red Dead 2. You get the idea, I'm a gamer girl. So just know with this video, I'm not just trying to stir shit or play devil's advocate to be a unique little snow Jake. I'm not unique.
He was a good man, my Jakey.
That being said, I'm sure you've pieced together from the title and thumbnail of this video that I, like many of you, have been playing the fuck out of Red Dead 2. And I am a little disappointed by it. And yes, that rhyme was planned. The too long didn't give a shit version of this video is basically Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of the best writing and characters of any piece of fiction I've ever consumed. Arthur Morgan is easily my favorite protagonist from any Rockstar game. The game looks unreal and
okay, let's just pause it. So in a minute, in a minute, like a few things to think about with what Jakey does, not just with music, but also really with sound. Jakey uses sound effects really well. And obviously it fits his content, right? He is doing comedic shit, looking to make things funny, looking to keep things high energy and high paced. And that might not be your style, and that's perfectly fine. Don't try to do what doesn't make sense for your style, but consider about like how he uses music at different points to get different ideas across. In a minute, he has 3 songs play. One is the house building.
Knows that I am a huge Rockstar fanboy.
Right, where he kind of has a light introduction. Being comedic, you know, establishing his relationship with Rockstar, and also kind of sending this idea of like, don't take this shit too seriously. Then I guess he does technically use a couple seconds of some metal song.
I was for Red Dead 2, you get the idea, I'm a gamer girl. So just know with this video, I'm not just trying to stir
technically
shit
4
or
songs.
play devil's advocate to be a unique little snow Jake. I'm not unique.
He was a good man, my Jakey.
That being said, I'm sure you've pieced together from the title and thumbnail of this video that I, like many of you, have been playing the fuck.
So yeah, he starts with a light piece to establish like, hey, you know, I have these feelings towards Red Dead Redemption. You know, I love Rockstar, blah, 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 good stuff. And then he transitions into a more serious track as he goes into like, but I'm disappointed by this game. But this game that like I've been looking forward to that does have some good elements isn't what I wanted it to be, right? And he switches from a very comedic track quickly to a serious track. And then I've tweeted about this yesterday because it's something I've noticed as I was doing research for this and looking into things. Jakey has he has taken over the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. It is his now. He uses songs from that so well. But yeah, and then he switches.
The best writing and characters of any
he switches to a Final Fantasy VII track. like a very
Morgan is easily my favorite protagonist from any Rockstar game.
right, a very calm track that I think for a lot of us who have played Final Fantasy VII will feel a little nostalgic. Even the first time you hear that song feels kind of nostalgic within the game. You know, it evokes the sense of, you know, better days, calmer days, the past. And this is him now transitioning into like, he starts with like a very comedic thing on like, here's my relationship with Rockstar. I'm a fanboy, and then going into a serious thing of like, it is not what I wanted it to be. And then going into this like very reflective song of like, you know, I want to like it. Here are things about it I like. It has good writing, but it's just not what I needed it to be. Right. So in that 1 minute, he does so much with music and using the proper tracks to set moods and then change moods, to emphasize the point he's saying. And he could have just played the house building song the whole way through, and that would have been fine. But here you get so much more detail and so many more, I guess, layers to what he's saying. And it really helps elevate the points he's trying to make. Doing music edits at this rapid of a pace is not going to work for everyone's style. Certainly not. His comedic style is faster paced. He has these fast edits. He has all these sound effects. That's not going to work for everyone. But I just think in general, the idea of how he uses music and the very intentional track choices he goes with is important to keep in mind. It elevates his work in so many ways. And yeah. That's that. I think he's pretty brilliant with it. He also uses a lot of sound effects, which I think are good for everyone to consider. Maybe not right.
USA about how amazing they are at creating.
Maybe not as loud as the ones he does.
To get their games at midnight. The last video I
but like, you know, this little edit of sounds of people talking adds like a level of depth and some layers to it. And yeah, just different things to help transition point to point. I think Jakey obviously very comedic writing, very, you know, has good points, solid editing and in good use of music all kind of comes together to, you know, yeah, fucking, yeah. I mean, come on. He's good. He's very good at this craft and has figured it out. And I think his use of music is just impeccable and something that everyone can learn a fair bit from. But yeah. All right. Any questions on Jakey? Any questions on Jakey? Very animated, keeps intention. Yeah. Big true. Don't have a medicine ball. Don't have a medicine. All right. Okay. I don't know when Jakey's coming back. That's all fucking Christ. All right. The other Jake. Jacob Geller. I don't know if Jacob likes being called Jake. My guess would be no. My guess would be a big no. But let's look at how Jacob Geller uses music. One thing to say about Jacob in his approach, and he talked about this on a talk he's done, and I've talked to him about it too, is he writes his script, chooses the songs before recording, and will listen to those songs as he's recording so that he can have like the right buildup in moments and like have the inflection be timed with the music. You don't need to do that, but it's a great way to have your performance match your final product. I think sometimes what he'll do too is like record it and then go back and like re-record it to match the music better. But yeah, let's watch.
Bravo 6, moving to the first floor.
Is this game political? No. Really?
Hey, no.
No. We'll just make the game. That seems insane. It seems insane to get political to me.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare released on October 25th.
Okay. What's so brilliant about that is it's like this build up, you know, the music's building up and then it hits the and then it just hard cuts to the boop, 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 boop. And it's like, it is saying, do I have your fucking attention? And I think it is kind of his perfect way to like pull people in and then slap them across the face with the Me Plaza theme or whatever the fuck it is. It's Game Informer, right? Because I forget the guy's name, but the MinMax guy I think used to work at Game Informer. But yeah, it is his way of like shifting your attention and keeping you focused in and engaged through not just the storytelling of what is being said, but through the storytelling of the music. I think it also is like this big buildup of like, this is ridiculous that this game that's very clearly about war and you're saying it's not political, as if war can just not be political. And then having the Me Plaza song, which also kind of like is like the most absurd song to be playing. And it's almost also a way to be like, hey, this is absurd. Right? Like the Me Plaza song is the goofiest song you could have possibly picked, which I think is a pretty intentional choice. And maybe Jacob will come in and be like, no, it's just, I like the song. But I think it's to change the tone and the mood. So like you're a little off balance, you're a little shocked and you want to see what he's going to say next. And you can feel that sense of like, this thing, right, of the developers of COD saying it's not about war. It's not political, and a game about war is absurd. And I think the change in music is part of what it reflects that. He also does some cool shit here with
2019 and sold $600 million worth of games in its first 3 days. That is, if we're keeping...
Yeah, he does that, which I like. Having it be timed to the music. So yeah, I think finding ways to put in tracks that like will build attention, draw people in, and then having those kind of sudden shifts in how it's being presented can draw people in. It does certainly give the viewer tonal whiplash, and you should only be doing that if you have a purpose to be doing that, and like a reason or a way to transition. In general, I think, these two are very good examples of directing your attention through music use and music tracks and making sure to pick tracks that are trying to evoke a certain sense and a certain mood. And not just a track because it's from game, or not just a track because you kind of like how it sounds or it fits, but a track because it has purpose, because it has a reason for being there. All right, I've drank so much water. I have to pee. I have to pee. BRB. Hollow D, baby. All right, any questions on music? Any questions on music after all that? I think one thing mentioned before, how like I feel like Jakey, if you play tracks from Final Fantasy VII, that is very tied to his YouTube identity. I think Jacob Geller has some stuff tied to like Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, that like you hear it and you kind of just think of him if you've watched some of his videos. If you can do that, that's kind of a smart thing to do. So I think reusing tracks between videos can be a pretty good way to kind of build those musical tracks towards your creative identity. Copyright strikes. Okay, yeah. That is a good question. So video game music is the Wild West. You can use most of it right now. But there certainly are tracks that you don't want to use. And the thing to realize is just because you can use something now doesn't mean that it'll always be that way. These companies at any time could decide that they want to claim your shit. You know, they could decide it at any time. And that'd be bad. So, you know, if you don't want to risk it at all, you can certainly go with things like Epidemic Sound. I know, what does Good Blood use? I forget the name. There's plenty of services that you can pay money monthly or yearly. And those are good services to get a pretty good selection of music that you can use in your videos. There's also, I didn't talk about it here. I should have put a link, and I can do a revised version. There's the YouTube Music Library. I don't know. There's like a YouTube Music Library. I don't know exactly how did I get to it. Here we go. No, that's not what I want. Maybe this is what I want. A YouTube Music Library. Tons of tracks that you can use for free on your stuff. So you can do that. But of course, like want to use recognizable stuff. So the way you should check if something might be safe to use is look it up on YouTube. Okay, that's step one. Look it up on YouTube. Okay. This is maybe a bad example. Look it up a few times. Just because you see something once where it's good doesn't mean it always will be. But look stuff up on YouTube. Click a track, click a song. Go to show more. Did this get unclaimed? I could have sworn that this one was completely claimed. My example's falling through. Let's try this. All right, here, let's do this. This is actually wild. This game used to be claimed as heck. Okay. If you click it, and do some searches because you never know. Oh, you could upload it as a private video to check properly. That is a good way because the system might get it. But a good rule of thumb as looking stuff up, if you look up a song and you see this, where it says music and video, learn more, listen ad free. This means that the video shown here has a copyright claim on it. Okay. This means it is claimed already. So any revenue you would get will go to 9 music rights societies, or UMPG, instead of you. So what this will do is make it so you can't monetize it. You'll have a copyright claim on it. If a song doesn't have it, if you look through and a song doesn't have it, then you're probably safe. You're probably going to be okay. But I would check a few times to see, if it's there. And if it's not, you're probably going to be good. And of course, yeah, uploading it as a private video is a good way to check properly. Now, a copyright claim, just to be clear, a copyright claim isn't that big of a deal. Is Cyberpunk all? Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk OST. See, one thing too I'll say is sometimes with these topics, these don't have them on there. Oh, it's just good. Okay. Don't always look at if it's a topic, because sometimes these topics they were uploaded to a website and then these were automatically made, so they won't necessarily have the copyright claim on it. So try to find a few different sources to see if you're safe. Yeah. Music from indie games is mostly safe. Yes. I found no issue with using Nintendo music, although I know some songs get claimed outright, obviously, and some people have in the past. I think most game developers at this point have recognized that if they claim their music, then they will lose Let's Plays, they will lose reviews, which ultimately are free advertisement. Like all like it's just free advertisement. If you claim it, it's going to disincentivize people from doing it. So they won't do it. Undertale music, I would be careful with Undertale. They claim a lot of stuff. The people that own Undertale soundtrack now claim a lot of stuff. So be careful with that. Maybe use covers. I like, I think this video got claimed, right? Like, yeah. No, okay, this one's okay. This one technically got claimed from Mambo Number 5, even though Mambo Number 5 doesn't play. It's the Undertale cover of Mambo Number 5. Still bullshit. But I think this one got claimed. Huh. I'm pretty sure this did get claimed, so I don't really know what's up there. But yeah. Anyway, the point is, be careful, look stuff up. Undertale is the big one that I've seen people have problems with. I'll say I've also, so the people that own Undertale is Materia Collective. And I found that they have a policy of claiming a lot of stuff that maybe they shouldn't, but also sometimes they don't. Toby Fox said it's free to use. Maybe that's a new thing. But I definitely got a copyright claim recently for Megalovania, so. And it was gameplay footage. I didn't try to contest it, but yeah. But that's that. Yeah, you can check there. Copyright claims, I think one thing you should weigh right now is there's a difference between a copyright claim and a copyright strike. A copyright claim just means that you no longer can monetize the video, and whoever the right holder is will monetize the video and add ads and make money for it, which kind of sucks and is kind of frustrating. And you probably want to avoid that. With that said, it's also like, how much does that matter? How much does it matter if you don't get the money from a video you make? That's one thing to be weighing. Because you can't monetize your channel until you have 1,000 subs. You can't monetize your channel until you have like 4,000 watch hours. 4,000 watch hours. So, that is something to weigh. A copyright claim is not going to be the end of the world early on. And even once you are making some money from it, it's yeah, if you think using a certain song might benefit you because more people will hear it and be like, I like this, you know, consider it. I have heard from people that copyright claims may hurt your spot in the algorithm. I have no idea if that's true. I've researched it. I've seen some people say it does. I've seen other people say it doesn't at all. I know, for example, Jacob Geller got claimed in his big Shadow of the Colossus video got claimed pretty early on. So he didn't really make money from it. And obviously that video is good. Right? That video has dummy thick views. So like, I don't know. It might hurt your spot in the algorithm, but plenty of people have success even without it. So, I would say early on, don't worry too much about copyright claims. Kind of sucks to get claimed, and if you can avoid it, do, but I don't know if you need to. Yeah. Love a little Sans. What else did I want to say? Oh, copyright strikes, obviously, that is serious business. If you get a copyright strike on your shit, if you get 3 of them, your channel gets deleted, which is bad and you don't want. And I think if you get 1 even on a video, it can be taken down. It can just be taken down, and you have to challenge it and deal with shit like that. You want to avoid strikes. I'll say, as long as you aren't using super ass licensed music, as long as you aren't using Taylor Swift in a way that very much can't be argued under fair use, you're probably not going to get a ton of strikes. I feel like people usually are getting strikes from using video clips from shows, from anime, from cartoons. And a lot of times that comes from playing clips for too long. Playing clips for a little too long. Jesse, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know how the Korra video has gotten away with it. Like, the score, like, you just timed things well, and we're still able to, like, it's all music. Like, that the first Korra video is all music from it. I don't know. And I'm glad we used music from it, and I'm glad it hasn't been fucked. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that one got away with it, because I've seen people get hit by Viacom for less. I guess I do talk about the music very briefly. I do talk about the score, but I don't think I talk about it long enough for it to really count as fair use. In fairness, I did also use, like, I don't know. It works sometimes. Some shit doesn't get claimed. I don't know. I don't know how it goes. Obviously, like in the Holocene video, there is Holocene playing, and that hasn't got claimed. So I don't know. It's weird and inconsistent sometimes. Be careful with it. Companies to avoid Viacom. Viacom does a lot of shit. Be careful with Viacom. I know Tim of Hello Future Me has dealt a fuck ton with arguing with Viacom to get his Avatar videos up. He's had some battles, and he's won a lot of them. I think most of them. But yeah, my general advice, Viacom, they own like Nick and a bunch of other shit. Studio Ghibli, yeah, be careful with it. Be careful with them. Anyway, that's music. I think, any other questions on music? Dude, just thinking about that Korra video, like, the end, like, it uninterrupted plays like 15 seconds, like maybe 10 seconds of the song in the outro. God was on our side for that one. Just straight up was like, all right, you can have this one. I agree with this Korra video. Or I like to think maybe someone at Nickelodeon was like, okay, they can have it. It's not mean like these other things. Posted this question earlier, but since you asked, if you had any more questions, I'm posting it. My impulse when choosing background tracks is to go with obscure as possible, highlighting some of the really neat music that lots of people have never heard. I mentioned earlier that a lot of examples of using music that were super recognizable. I want to make sure that I'm not hamstringing myself. I don't know that you're hamstringing yourself if the songs are good and help push forward the ideas you're trying to do. If it is helping set a tone, it doesn't really matter if it's recognizable. Recognizable stuff does definitely help in certain circumstances, but it's not necessary. But you should be thinking of like, is the tone of the music helping push forward my point? Is this music really good in a way that people will be like, damn, that music's really good. I want to check that out. So I don't know if you're hamstringing, but I will say, yeah, I mean, if you use a track that people hear and they're like, oh yeah, the good stuff. Outer Wilds made me cry. Yeah, I think maybe a mixture of it's good. I'd say don't just use something because it's obscure. Like even if it's the tone. Let me actually frame it the opposite. Don't not use something because it's not obscure. Does that make sense? That'd be my take, is like, if you're like, this song would be perfect, but everyone knows it, that's okay. That's fine. That's good even. All right. Next, thumbnails and titles. It's a weird thing. Thumbnails and titles are hard. This is the section that is least about your personal abilities and personal skills. And this is like, frankly, on YouTube, the way to get views is for the YouTube algorithm to be like, hey, we like this guy. This idea is good. Or this idea seems to get people clicking. And having a good thumbnail is a way to do that. So when it comes to thumbnail and titling, good thumbnails should illustrate the point immediately, but also be vague enough to pique the interest of anyone who reads it. The reason you want this vagueness is because viewers think they know what they like, think they know what they'd be interested in, but they aren't. They don't know what they'd like. And if your thing is too specific, people will not click it because they're like, I haven't played this game. I haven't done this thing, blah, 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 whatever. I don't like Fortnite. But maybe you could make a really interesting video on Fortnite that they would like, but they're just not going to click it. If it's presented in a certain way. So a few examples of good stuff. This one's made by Adam Millard. It's on a game called The Longing. This video, let's see. The title is Why The Longing Takes 400 Hours to Play, and the thumbnail is this juicy thing that says the 9600-hour game, right? No one gives a fuck about The Longing. Most people who watched this video did not know The Longing existed. Adam did a really, really good job of presenting it in a way where he pushes forward one of the most interesting aspects about it, of being like, this game is nearly 10,000 hours. And that hooks people. They're like, wow, that is interesting. This game takes 400 days to play. You are interested in clicking it. And like, this is easily his most popular video, like 4.6 million views. It's done really, really well. This is how you take a game that no one cares about. No one cares about The Longing. And of course, people care about it. I haven't played it myself. I'm sure it's an interesting game. I'm sure there were fans of it who loved it and wish more people could do it. But the reality is, like, if he had titled it being like, The Longing really makes me think about time, or time and the longing, or the longing's use of time, like, no one cares. That's like too vague. or if, you know, whatever it is, however you present it, if the focus is not on the most interesting part of the game, who gives a shit? Who cares? But he's able to take a game that normally no one would watch this video and get 4 million views on it because he was able to sparse out what are people going to click with, make a thumbnail that illustrates that, and make a title that illustrates that. It's what we call the good shit. Let me move this. The next thumb I want to talk about, you know, the boy Mark Brown. Game Maker's Toolkit's thumbnail game is fire. It's good. Mark is out here making some of the best thumbnails. Yeah, just good. This video itself is about Metro Exodus and focuses largely on like how it's a smaller open world, you know, more hubbish, if anything, and how the trends and ideas shown in that, you know, in certain ways could be like a shift in how open world games work. That's what the video's about. And it does, you know, it does show imagery from Metro Exodus, but like the focus is on the text in the middle, which is end of the world, end of the open world. Clever shit, Mark. It's so good. And you even have the open be like spray painted shit that you see in every game like this of like, you know, kill the pigs, like whatever it is. Like it's just brilliant. It's just very creative in that way, but also that tag of end of the open world, that is gold. Like open world topics. Look, I don't know if you've heard of my channel before. Open world topics kind of bang. People like clicking videos about open worlds and the problems with them because they're a genre that everyone wants to love and everyone loves certain aspects of it, but feel like there's something missing. There's usually something missing in one of them because they try to do so much. How can they not be missing something? So it is this kind of clickbaitish title, right? End of the open world, that people will see and like. And this video, 2.3 million, which is far higher than his normal average. And then what you can do also is your thumbnail title and your video title can be different. And they should be. Both of these guys do that, where like this is more specific about the game and this is more mysterious, right? The thumbnail is mysterious, the 9,600 hour game, end of the open world. It does show imagery from the games that you might not be familiar with, but the text itself is like, here game, here idea, here interesting thing that I'm going to talk about. And then the title's a little more specific. Typically, people will see the title, the thumbnail before the title. So they will see the thumbnail text before your actual title. And that is the thing that you want to focus on most, okay? That is the idea. That is the thing that's going to pull people in, that's going to grab attention, and be good shit. Be the good shit. In general, you don't want thumbnails doing too much. You don't want too many things going on in your thumbnail. I'd say as far as words, if you can boil it down to 4 words, that's good. This is 6, but he spaces it pretty well. And this is done interestingly enough. Is this 6? This is 5. This is 5, but it's spaced well. If you can be in that 4 to 5 word range, that's good. If you're getting 6 and above, you probably are a little too wordy for the title. It's just like you want people to be able to read what the title is by looking at it and not having to read it. And I think once you're getting higher in words with smaller text, people actually have to read it when you want someone like to understand it within a millisecond of looking at it. And that's going to be a good thumbnail. But yeah, both are solid. Maybe it's because you see, maybe. It could also just be your interests. You know what I mean? I mean, you're certainly right. There are more videos about open world games than there are about 10,000 hour games. So that could be it too. Yeah, aim to have thumbnails with fewer words. My most successful video, which I think part of it is due to the thumbnail, is Gaming for a Non-Gamer. The full title of the video is what games are like for someone who doesn't play games, but Gaming for a Non-Gamer is quick to read. It gets the idea of what the video is across perfectly. And it worked really well. It ended up working really well. I didn't know what to put for a while. I landed on that, and I lucked out with it. It was not a super planned thing. I did not make it knowing it would be good, but looking back now, I can see what elements of it were successful. So I want to look through a few of my thumbnails, a few of the thumbnails that are on my videos, and talk about ones that I think were really successful and why I think they're successful, and then talk about a few thumbnails that I think were less successful. And not that they're bad thumbnails necessarily, but why they partly probably led the videos tied to them to have fewer views. And of course, this is guesswork mostly, so, take it with a grain of salt. But the first thumbnail I want to talk about... Oh, yeah, wait, sorry. I gotta make all this sound organic. So with both these videos, they give an idea across. They illustrate the point, but also are vague enough where if you haven't played Metro, if you haven't played The Longing, you might want to click it. Which leads to the idea that clickbait is good, actually. Clickbait is good, as long as your clickbait isn't lying. If you are lying about what your video is about to get people to watch it, that's bad. You don't want to do that shit. But if your clickbait is like just being a little vague to pull people in, to get people interested in what you're talking about. And yeah, maybe it's a little vague and maybe not misleading, but not like not entirely directed at one group. That's good. That's fine. If your thing is about what you say it's about, that's fine. And it's fine if it's not super specific. In fact, I don't think you want it to be super specific because, as I said before, less people will click it. And I think I think that's just how you have to measure it and figure out what you think is good clickbait versus bad clickbait. Because I think good looking thumbnails can be bad for drawing views. And there's definitely a middle ground that you can find where your good clickbait will also be a good looking thumbnail. And that's something that can be hard to work for and might not work for every video. But yeah, I think it's something to think about. So I want to look at a few of my thumbnails, some of which that I think kind of do clickbait well, and then some of which where, not that they're even clickbaity or trying to be clickbaity, but some of which that I think are good looking thumbnails and like look sort of aesthetically pleasing, but weren't all that successful because they didn't do enough to draw people in. Because they didn't have like titling or a take that was enough to draw people in. So the first one that I think is very good. Also, right now, currently one of my highest performing videos. It has gotten like 15,000 views in the last 2 days. I don't know why, but maybe it's because what I'm about to talk about is this one, the only Zelda without a hero. This one was made by Jesse. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-bing. And yeah, when I was trying to come up with a title about it, it was like right when Link's Awakening Remake came out. And I wanted something that didn't have Link's Awakening in the title. Because I knew that if I said Link's Awakening is the only Zelda game without a hero, that's just gonna, like, it's gonna be so timed. Like, sure, Link's Awakening is kind of evergreen, but I wanted to do something that was a little more vague. So I had this idea of calling it the only Zelda game without a hero. Jesse made this great thumbnail where obviously Zelda's in big red in the Zelda font, Zelda color. You see it, Zelda, it's Zelda. With easy to read, the only Zelda without a hero. This great shot from Link's Awakening of Link, like adrift at sea looking sad. So if you know about Link's Awakening, you'll see it and be like, oh, Link's Awakening. That's what he's going to talk about. But even if you don't, like, you see it and it's like, you know, cool. Link's sad. But yeah, and this is what the video is about. It's about how Link's Awakening is a Zelda game that doesn't have a clear hero, and how it asks something a little different. It is clickbait, but the video largely delivers on what's being said and pulls people in who might not think they're interested in Link's Awakening, but then they click it and watch it and are like, oh, I actually was interested. If you think this is too clickbaity, then honestly, don't watch YouTube. Honestly, YouTubers, if they don't do this sort of thing, are fucked. I don't know what you're saying here for Spelunky. What are you talking about? I actually think my I Hate Fast Travel video might be a little less good clickbait than I wish it would have been, because it got a few too many people. It got a few too many people to just click the video, not watch, and leave a comment, which is not something you want to do. I stand by it, and I can't change it at this point, and I wouldn't change it at this point. But I would say there's some success in that one, and I think for people with pretty open minds, there's success in it. But yeah, definitely because enough people clearly didn't watch it, because they left comments saying, then don't use it. Don't use fast travel, which is something I talk about like 40 seconds into the video. I think that one actually was a little less successful than what I wish it would be. Another one that I think's good. Crafting is pointless. It's reminiscent to my I Hate Fast Travel video. This one was made by Hot Cider. And yeah, I pretty much just told them, hey, I want something that's like using Resident Evil. That's using Red Dead Redemption menuing and with some Red Dead Redemption vibes to it, right? So got the Red Dead Redemption text, made a little box around it. You see Arthur crafting something in the background. You see it comes up, you see a hot take just right in front of you, and you know I'm going to talk about Red Dead Redemption 2, which is a game that is a lot of people like, but also kind of hotly contested in a lot of ways. It works as pretty good bait because I do say my main point. I don't elaborate much beyond that, but you know I'm going to complain about crafting. So if you think I'm wrong, you might want to click it. If you think I'm right, you might want to click it. And that's good. That's good. Then you watch it. This is what the video is about, is me saying I think crafting's kind of pointless. I defend my opinion. It is not lying in the thumbnail, but very, very clearly, I could have named it My Conflicted Feelings Towards Crafting, or Crafting Isn't Always Perfect, or Crafting Has Some Problems, but just having the simple crafting is pointless is like a hot enough take that it's gonna fuel passion on people clicking it. Both ways. Some people being like, fuck you, you idiot. But a lot of people also being like, yeah, crafting is pointless. So yeah, I think this is another pretty successful one. Jimmy Felony, this is literally not what we're talking about at all. Why would... This is... Yeah, what? Okay. What's the stream title? What's on screen? Why would I answer your question about Hollow Knight quest lines? This is Professor Rasputin scolding you for walking in late and asking a dumb question. Jimmy, be better. Jimmy, be better. Okay, the next one is a thumbnail that I think is a really nice looking thumbnail, but the video was less successful, and I'm not putting it all on the thumbnail. I think I'll talk about a lot of the reasons it was less successful. But this next one, I don't know if you know what it is. I don't think you do, because maybe you do. The next one is this Last of Us one, Last of Us Part 2 / Kipo, about hope and the apocalypse. Okay. This one was made by Hot Cider. I think it's a beautiful thumbnail. It's a really cool shot that I got from in-game. He added lighting to come down on the hope. I think it looks really, really nice. But as far as the titling I chose for both the video and the thumbnail, apocalypse is not misspelled. Is it? Apocal. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I gotta go fix that. Oh my God, that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you're the first person to know this, too. Notice it. I don't think that changes anything. Because I don't think... I mean, oh, that does explain a lot. That no one fucking has left a comment about it being misspelled because no one's looked at it. Because no one's fucking seen it. That's funny. That's fucking funny. My dyslexic ass. Anyway, to prove my point, no, that is not this is not the reason people haven't seen it. But it does show that this was not an appealing thumbnail, unfortunately, for YouTube's algorithm, so people didn't notice it. It also, I have had this go through a bunch of iterations, so this wasn't always the thumbnail. It was a little different at different times. I gotta fix that though. Thanks for pointing it out. Apocalypse. I mean, there's a handful of reasons this video didn't do super well. You know, one of it is I gave a spoiler warning like 2 minutes in about both Kipo and Last of Us, and a ton of people bounced out at that point because a lot of people hadn't played Last of Us Part 2 and a lot of people hadn't watched Kipo. So that's certainly part of it. But even before then, it wasn't getting as many clicks. And it's like, it's a nice looking thumbnail, but you know, it's gone through different, originally it was just hope. Like it just said hope. That was the thumbnail of it. And then for a little while it said hope, humanity in the post-apocalypse. And then I changed it to having apocalypse misspelled. So you know, it's gone through some iterations, but none of them have grabbed it because I don't think I did a good job coming up with the title or clickbait for it. And I don't really know what I could change it to make it super appealing to people. I could probably spend some time trying to come up with something, but I don't know. I hope I spelled it right in the video. That'd be so embarrassing. Whatever. I'm dyslexic. I'm allowed a few misspellings. But here's the thing. Most people, when they look at apocalypse, they see apoc and then ips. So it's fine. I've had a few, but I don't think any... I think the titling is just a little too vague. And there's not like a hook. Like, what's the hook of hope and alpaca piss? You know? So I think this... I'm not saying the video was unsuccessful because of the thumbnail. As I said, I think there's other factors in it. But I also think that the thumbnail wasn't enough to grab a lot of attention. Another one, the last one I want to talk about is from the Outer Wilds video. Jesse and I tried to test out a handful of thumbnails, mostly just kind of using this font. I think this is what we settled on, which, you know, I think it's fine. And I think it gets the idea of the video across well enough. Let me move this text box. Which James was there when we were doing that one. Yeah. Maybe I should ask him to take a pass at it. Yeah, I can ask him to take a pass at it. I mean, we had a few, and I don't know. I think it was just, it's part of it is just like, it's, what does this get across? Try to save the galaxy. And, you know, the video is called You Can't Save the Galaxy in a Day. That's a little too long for a thumb. This might even be a little too long for a thumb. But like, what's the take? You know, why is someone going to click this? If you've played Outer Wilds, you might click it because you like Outer Wilds, and most people who like Outer Wilds will click anything about Outer Wilds. But you know, if you haven't, and I try not to spoil too much in the game, but like, what is this? Like, you don't know what this is about. It's for the Zoomers. That's what. You don't necessarily know what this video is about. It could be like, it almost reads more like a AMV video about the game. Like, yes, it's trying to save the galaxy, but like it reads more like this could just be a collection of clips. I don't know, chat, you're memeing on it, but like it's a pretty common thing to capitalize and make certain things bigger to get points across. It is intentional. I'm not saying it's great. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think part of the issue with this is it doesn't do enough to like inspire clicking. No, that would look bad. That would look worse. As someone who like tested it with that, it would look worse. I'm positive here for Spelunky. I am positive because I've seen it. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily have enough to like pull you in with a take. But saving the galaxy is not really what the video's about. I don't know. You're maybe not wrong, but I felt like this illustrated the idea of it. But again, I don't think this is a perfect thumbnail. I think it's serviceable. It's fine. It's also a video about Outer Wilds, which if you look at most videos about Outer Wilds, they don't get that many views. But yeah, I think this is an example of something that I don't think had enough of a pull to get a fair amount of people to click it. So yeah, those are the thumbnails I want to look through. Oh shit, go back. You know, just it's these ideas of getting your takes out there in an easy to understand way, avoid being vague and misspelling apocalypse, and try to have some sort of clear take. I hate the galaxy. Some sort of clear take. And there's plenty of different ways. I'm pretty sure I just got a host from Joseph Anderson, and Joseph's thumbnails like are just like, some of them are very specifically made, but sometimes it's just like a clip from a game. Like it's just a menu and he gets 1 billion views, but I don't know how he pulls it off. But if you're trying to do thumbnails, you don't want to do too much. You want to have text that's easy to see. And in general, when you make a thumbnail, what I need you to do is look at the thumbnail and say, would I click this thumbnail? Do that with every thumbnail you make. Look at it for a long time. One thing that's good to do, that everyone should do, is make thumbnails really small. Like zoom out in Photoshop to see it really small, because that's how it's going to show up on YouTube, is much smaller. Look at it and say, would I click this thumbnail? And if the answer is no, then make a new thumbnail. Avoid thin text. Thick text is usually going to be a lot easier to see and easier to read. And yeah, Run the would I click this? It's a simple test, but I think a lot of people don't do it because I see, and I've made plenty of dog shit thumbnails that like I look back and I'm like, I never spent a moment thinking about would I click this thumbnail. And once I did, I think they got better. And once I got help from other people, they got way better. James sent me a link to a website that shows all the different ways thumbnails show up on YouTube. Ooh, yeah, that's good too. Yeah, also that's here for Spelunky. That's a great part too, is send it to someone and say, would you click this as well? Should you keep mobile viewers in mind? Yes, 100%. Mobile viewers make up like 40, maybe even more. A massive portion of the YouTube audience. A lot of people watch videos on their phone. So make sure you are making shit with them in mind. Huge, huge chunk. All right. So that's the thumbnail game. We've gone over writing, editing, voiceover, the basics, thumbnails, music, all this shit. So now I'm going to hit you with the thing that I always look back to whenever I'm struggling, whenever I'm like, shit, my video's bad. I hate this. I hate making stuff. It's not good. And that is a quote by Ira Glass, famous for This American Life. And yeah, this is one of my favorite quotes. We'll even turn the music off for it. One of my favorite quotes ever. And it is a thing I read back. It is a thing I have posted on my wall to look at about creation. So I'll read it for you. I don't have an Ira Glass impression, so I'm just going to read it. Nobody tells this to people who are beginners. I wish someone told me. All of us who do creative work, we get into it because we have good taste. But there is this gap. For the first couple of years you make stuff, it's just not that good. It's trying to be good, it has potential, but it's not. But your taste, the thing that got you in the game, is still killer. And your taste is why your work disappoints you. A lot of people never get past this phase. They quit. Most people I know who do interesting creative work went through years of this. We know our work doesn't have this special thing that we want it to have. We all go through this. And if you are just starting out or you are still in this phase, you got to know it's normal. And the most important thing you can do is do a lot of work. Put yourself on a deadline so that every week you will finish one story. It is only by going through a volume of work that you will close that gap, and your work will be as good as your ambitions. And your work will be as good as your ambitions. It's going to take a while. It's normal to take a while. You've got to fight your way through. Look, that 10,000 hours shit, no one, I wish I could do an Ira Glass. I've heard the quote enough where I know where to inflect things, but the 10,000 hours thing, everyone kind of hates hearing it. But the reality is, the more shit you do, the better at it you will become. The more scripts you write, the more videos you edit, the more whatever you do, the more any element that you do of the process, you will get better as you do more of it. Obviously, it's not just about grinding it out, hitting the grind, get the hours in. It's about reflecting on what you're doing. It's about looking at what you're doing and how it's effective and how it's maybe not effective, and finding ways to push that forward, right? To elevate what you're doing. But it is through doing a lot of work and reflecting on the work you're doing and being and taking critique, taking advice, and setting goals for yourself that are like, hey, by this date, I want to be this good at editing something. I want to know how to do these kinds of keyframes or whatever it is, whatever thing you want to do. Setting that goal and reaching it, that is going to make you better at stuff. Doing it a lot will make you better at stuff. And it's just like that with everything. I can tell you something that very easily you could monitor, something very easily you could see me improving at, is talking on stream. I've been doing this for about a year now, streaming 2 to 3 times a week. I stream probably 8 to 12 hours a week. And I was kind of dog shit at it before, but now I'm less dog shit at it. I'm okay. And, you can see that in a ton of channels' work. If you go back to their early videos, they're not good. My early videos are not good. If you go back to a lot of people who are having a lot of success on YouTube now, their early shit is not that good. It was good for the time maybe and good for their skill level at the time. But like the stuff you start with is not meant to be your best stuff. The stuff you start with is meant to be your worst stuff. And as you go on and get better and learn new things and expand your mind, your shit will get better. So my advice to you through Ira Glass is just keep going. Keep trying. Your shit won't make you super happy early on. And a lot of people, I think, get very caught up in that feeling of not being happy with what they're making. And they do stuff like never release a video. That's it. They do stuff like rewriting a script for 10 months. They do stuff like re-editing stuff over and over. And it's a hard thing to do. And you gotta just put stuff out. You gotta just get stuff out there because it'll be a little benchmark and you'll at least feel some of the rewards for putting stuff out. It's hard. And it's also a hobby. Like, it's going to be a hobby for a while for most people, and it's hard to turn it into a job. You got to want to do it. And you have to make sure that you're actually doing it. Because I don't know. A lot of people want to make a perfect video. And I don't know. I've been making videos for 7 years and I'm not anywhere close. And you're not going to be close on your first one. And that's just how it is. And it can be hard sometimes because you see new channels coming about that are putting out really high quality stuff. But even them, you have to realize some of them have been doing this for years. Like a good example is Girlfriend Reviews. They came out on the scene, had a very well edited comedic video, but like Matt, the boyfriend, has been professionally editing videos on YouTube for years. He had the skills, and Shelby, she's like a trained actress. Like she has done so much acting skills and has a lot of skills because of it. Not necessarily a frequent uploader because of the quality of his work, but Good Blood's another example of like, he came out with that Dear Sega video, which annoyingly people like meme on because he suggested something different and presented it in a different way. And I'm not going to act like I have never said backpack in a funny voice, but like, it's a good video and the quality is really good. And I think I know at the time of seeing that, I was like, this is this guy's first video. How's he like this much better than me? And being jealous of it. And I feel it's embarrassing now, but that's how I felt. And I think a lot of people feel that way with certain channels that come out from the gate and are just killing it. What you have to realize is a lot of those people have experience. Java's been doing graphic design and editing work and writing work for a long time, like long before YouTube. So don't compare yourself to other people and where other people start. You can't worry about that because everyone's on a different timeline. Everyone's different on the internet. Everyone's at a different place, has different experiences, knows different things. You can only focus on yourself and only focus on how you grow. You really spending time worrying about where you are compared to any other person is just a way to waste your time. So worry about you, worry about getting better, worry about getting your skills to match your ambition, to match your taste. And one day you'll get to a place where you're actually kind of comfortable with it. I promise you will get to a place where you're comfortable with it. It may take a while. You'll never feel like it's perfect, and you never should, because it never will be. But you will get to a spot where you're like, this is the kind of work I've wanted to make, and now I'm making it. Questions. That's it. That's all I got. That's everything I have prepared. But I am willing to take questions for a little while if you have any, if there's anything I didn't address, or if there's anything you want to know about. And I can try to help you. Next feedback stream? I don't know. I think definitely I'll do one this month. I'll do one this month. But I don't know when yet. Should people outsource for voiceovers when they assume that their own voice is not the right type? Oh. I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of stuff you want to make. But I think if you're outsourcing voiceovers and you're doing like video essays and you're like writing it but having someone else voice over it, there's always going to be a bit of a gap between what's being said and the passion behind it and the ideas. So I don't know. If you're doing video essay stuff, I would just say you should voice it. Because you want your video essay to be sort of personal to you. And yeah, I think if you're doing something like... Did You Know Gaming, right? Where it's just facts. Obviously that can be anyone. And that's how Shane runs it, you know? So that's fine if that's the avenue you're approaching. But I think if you're doing video essays where you're going to inject some of your personality, having someone else do the voiceover for it is probably not the best way to go about it. It's smart to put your all into early work, even if you know you could do better with the idea in the future. You can always remake a video. No one says you can't remake a video. So if you have a video idea that you are interested in pursuing early on, but you don't have the skills to do it exactly how you would, I would still make it. And then if you get to a point where you're like, I'd like to revisit this, do that and make it better. If you look at Girlfriend reviews, I just mentioned them, they've been doing that. They've been putting out like, they redid a God of War video to have it match more of their thoughts and skills. I did it. My first video, which is the top 10 companions the top 10 characters you want to impress, was remade into likable video game companions. Because that's the idea I actually wanted to talk about, you know? You can always remake a video. I think sometimes people like seeing that growth as well. Been waiting for the Q&A. How long should your video take? I've ranged from 80 to 200 hours for a single video for context. I don't think there's a perfect answer for it. I think you should consider where your time is going. It'll obviously depend on how long your video is, and what kind of output you're trying to do. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. Because something might be long and take forever to do. I think the more important thing to consider is where are those 80 to 200 hours coming from? And are they coming, is that time being spent on things that are actually drastically benefiting the video? Or is it things that is you like circling back to one very specific thing that no one but you cares about? That might not be benefiting what you're trying to do. With script writing, is the best way to improve just write more? Are there any good sources for inspiration to look at? Yes, one is just write more. I don't know what classes you've taken in general, but if you're in college, taking some English classes, taking some writing classes is good. I'd say look at people that you think are good writers. I think Jacob Geller's a really good writer. Watching his stuff, and seeing how he presents stuff, I think has made me a better writer. Not just, don't steal what people are doing, but look at the things they do and look at how they frame stuff and phrase things and think okay, what do I like about that? What do I like about that structure? And, consider how you can learn from that. Should you try to make higher quality videos inconsistent frequency or lower quality videos, higher frequency or something in between? It depends what you want to do. I'd say aim to do higher quality videos inconsistently. If you're trying to do this for fun and as a hobby, make something that you can try to be proud of, but also recognize that it's not going to be perfect. So be okay with putting something out that you're not 100% happy with. But I think if you're just tossing out a ton of videos at high frequency, like people aren't going to watch them and you're not going to be happy with them at all. And then it's just going to be a waste of time. What's your opinion on places like Reddit as a small YouTuber? Yeah, so Reddit's tough because Reddit hates self-promotion. So if you promote your own shit on Reddit, like you will get shadow banned or just straight up banned. But if you post it under an alt, like it can do numbers. I think, you know, if you have other friends who are video essayists, you know, just make a deal with each other. Just be like, hey, when a video comes out, I'll post your stuff on relevant subreddits. You post my stuff. That can be one way to do it. Because unfortunately, yeah, if you post on our game design, I made this thing about X game, people will be less interested in it. Which is dumb. I still don't get that fully, but you know, I guess it can turn too much into a self-promotion wasteland if you allow it. But yeah. But I had a lot of growth early on from Reddit. And I think most of my big growth points started with Reddit. My first was being the Minimaps video, which did really good on r/game design. Then I Hate Fast Travel, a year after it came out, did well on r/games. And Gaming for a Non-Gamer did really well on r/games, which I think helped an early push, which definitely algorithmed it well. Do you do any voice exercises? I don't. I usually drink water before and eat an apple. Do you think it's a bad idea to make a multi-purpose channel? I've had ideas to make video essay style content, but also want to be able to make more abstract comedic stuff. Figure I might be worse due to the algorithm and I should stick with one type of content. I mean, if you establish it early on that you do a bunch of different things, you can find a place in the algorithm that works. But obviously, yeah, if you do a bunch of different, like a good example of that, I mean, I guess Jakey's are still all kind of essays. But, you know, he's done stuff on like The Bachelor, esports in general. You know, he can kind of do whatever he wants and has done whatever he wants for a long time. Excuse me. But like Cosmonaut Variety Hour is a channel that like has essays, has reviews, has... gotta drink water, I'm losing my voice. Has just him watching movies and shit. So I think if you establish yourself early, it can work. But also you do have to realize that when people get attached to you, they'll probably like a certain thing about what you do. And YouTube does sometimes have troubles categorizing you if you do a bunch of different things. It might be a good idea just to make 2 channels. Tips to balancing the content creation to life balance. 10-minute video once a week seems like such a challenge when other stuff. Yeah, I mean, especially if you have a job. I would say if you have a full-time job, don't try to make a 10-minute video once a week. It's going to take a lot of time doing that. I can't give you advice on life balance. I'm terrible with it. I'm fucking awful. I'm so bad. Don't be like me. I'd say maybe the best thing you can do is just make sure you take very intentional breaks where you're doing something that has nothing to do with content creation. Most difficult video to make? I have no idea. Yeah, that's a good question. On my end, I actually have no idea. I don't have a good answer. I guess the Minecraft video. But that was because of a bunch of life circumstances. The Gaming for Non-Gamer on Minecraft, it was just a bad time of year to be trying to plug in a video. I had a deadline for before the end of the year, but then some shit happened where it didn't work out. So I was just big stressed on that. How do you get over mental blocks? Like when you're wanting to make something, but you can't think of anything if you're stumped on a current topic. If you're stuck on a current topic, just switch to something else. It goes back to what I was saying of like the things you're passionate about, things you're interested in are what's going to make the easiest videos and some of the most interesting videos. So think about what's interesting you in any given moment and be like, can this be a video? And be like, yeah, maybe it can. And be okay with pivoting, putting stuff on the shelf. 3 months of editing, it was mostly redoing things. Yeah. Move on to other projects instead of trying to be perfect. So if you're spending 200 hours on something because you're just, and not to say don't make things better, but like you could honestly remake the same video a million times and never release it and always have it be a little better. But it's like, does this actually matter? How do you remember where relevant clips for points in your footage will be? A lot of times sometimes I'll just stumble across it. A lot of times I'll just be like, cool, rolling hills, you can roll in Mario. I'm going to go get footage for it. So a lot of times I'll intentionally go capture footage for a specific thing and then just know exactly where it is. Yeah. Do you write scripts like a standard English essay or just kind of write shit? I just write shit. I do have it framed like an essay, but I think the thing to remember is this is something being performed and there's personality behind it. And there's often less personality behind, English essays and English essays, things you turn in for school. So I do a lot of things that, my professors in college would have told me is bad writing, but I think it makes for better performance. Should I start a new channel with the skills I've acquired? How big is your channel? I'm going to move on to some other stuff and come back to you. Some of the videos, I feel like subjects I'm doing the video has kind of been worn out. I try to do my own spin, find unique topics to cover, but yeah, that's good. Yako, an example of that, lots of different stuff. Love his channel. Yeah, I mean, different topics for sure, but I think format-wise, it's usually the same. Always thought that your channel especially is good. Thank you. One time a video a week, unless it's your full-time job, is ridiculous. Yeah. The most effort that ever went into a video was Korra 2. and Jesse animated the entire thing, drew the entire thing. So that's certainly the most amount of man hours that has gone into any of the videos on the channel. Just wild amounts of good work. And for a while it didn't get a lot of views, and I promised Jesse it would, and it eventually has. But it did take a little while before it kind of hit in there. I mean, it started doing well 3 months after it came out, which I know definitely was pretty frustrating in the moment of man, effort on YouTube is not rewarded. Effort on YouTube is not rewarded in the short term. How do you usually promote your videos outside what the algorithm does? At this point, I don't. I just post on Twitter. That's mostly just to notify people. I don't think that helps a ton. At this point, I have enough subs where people will just watch it. So I don't do a lot anymore. Before though, yeah, finding subreddits that might like it. That's definitely where I got a fair bit of growth. Yeah, but I'm nice. I'm pretty nice to Korra. Yeah. To the question about should you start a new channel, I don't know. I don't think so. If you've been consistently putting stuff out and you have 140 subs, no, don't start a new channel. I think if you maybe had more subs and haven't put anything out for a long while, and you would post a video and people would say, "Who are you?" Then maybe. That's what Wizawat did. He had a channel before and started a new one because it was a lot of dead subs based on a video he didn't like, so he didn't really want that audience. And like he's having a ton of success now with his news channel. But I don't know if that. Shut the fuck up out there. Can you guys hear that? Okay. I would say with 140 subs, probably not. That's a nice little base. You don't want to like build up to 100. 100 is not an easy thing to hit. 100 takes a little while. But it's also like, it's not as if you have to worry too much about like your identity of what things used to be. So I would say no. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to, if it helps you, like if it helps you mentally refresh, you know, then that's a fair reason to do it. But if it's because you think it'll help you more in the algorithm or something like that, I don't think that's needed. And it's nice to have a catalog. Like, even if it's not all perfect stuff, if you're proud of the last handful of things you've made, like, it's better if you put out a video and then people have other videos to watch. Excuse me. If you put out a video and then people have other videos to watch, that's way better than putting out one good video and then not having other videos to watch. Because like a good example is when Gaming for a Non-Gamer came out and like just was sick with it and like hit the algorithm and got dumb amount of views. My entire channel exploded because people started watching other stuff. So in that time, consumable items went from what I thought was really, really high. It went from like 600,000 to 1.2 million views. So that video doubled. Like all of my videos got a lot more views because people were like, hey, I like this video. Oh, he has a lot more videos. I'm going to go watch those. And then those videos hit the algorithm. And it just was like this big circle for a long while of people coming in at different entry points, stuff blowing up. And yeah. So I think having a catalog, even if some of it's not good, is good. When I first started making YouTube videos, I would get 30 views per video after a couple days. Now when I make different content, video essays got 9 views in a month. Is it because many more people are making videos now? It kind of hurts that my videos now are getting a significant less amount of views. It could be that people are making more videos now. I guess I don't know what videos you were making about in the past. You know? And while there certainly is a difference between 30 and 9, you know, they'd certainly be counted in the same. Yeah, so Bad Minecraft and Garry's Mod, those kinds of videos, I think there's just an audience easily interested in them, quickly. But at the same time, I mean, you know, I think with video essays, you just got to find a way for people to see them. So I think a good start for you would probably be meet some other people in the community. Talk to other people about creating content. Have them watch some of your stuff. Watch some of their stuff. Talk about what you all make. Find subreddits that might be interested in what you're talking about. Find communities that might be interested in what you're talking about. Find places where there's going to be some guaranteed viewership. And then when you post your next video, more people watch it. when you post your next video, there's more of a chance that it'll get spread a little further because more people will watch it. I want to get back into making YouTube videos, have a channel about 11K subs, but it's from an audience from a game where they only want to watch said game. If I wanted to start making video essays, should I start a new channel to find a new audience? What's the game? Payday 2. That's a good question. 11K is a lot, though. 11K subs is a lot. I don't know. How personality based was your Payday 2 stuff? I think that's, I guess, a spot to start measuring it. Like, yeah, how personality based was it? Because if it's very, then I think you can switch and people will get used to it. You just got to make something good. But if like pretty personality based, but if upload anything now that isn't Payday, it gets about 100 views versus the 10K views I give Payday vids back in the day. Yeah, but also Payday is less popular now, right? Payday is going to be less popular. You'll get less views, but yeah, Dark Twinge has it. If 0.5% of those existing subs are interested, that'll be easier than starting fresh. Because getting 100 views is better than getting 0 views. And yeah, you don't want dead subs, but I think I would much rather build a channel from an existing past success than 0 from the ground up. I don't know. Maybe what you could do, and look, I don't know. Do you know Pine? Do you know Aaron Pineapple? I think looking at some of the stuff he does could be an interesting way to start transitioning from Payday 2 to other stuff. You know, like he started as a very Dark Souls and Dark Souls-like creator, and he's still doing stuff in that vein, but he's starting to branch out more and more, but by framing it, in certain ways. Make a video on how Payday 2 died, right? Like the day Payday 2 died. I think that's someone else's naming convention. But like, make it like, yeah, make it on like why it nosedived. Or I don't know much about it, but if the game seems like it's died off, and you said, yeah, it's died, make a video about it. And then the people watching will be like, damn, I did love Payday. The rise and fall of Payday 2. And then people will watch that and be like, yeah, Payday 2 is dead. And damn, this guy makes solid video essays. You know, and then have the next video essay be like a little further away from it, but still feel a little related to, you know, the kind of genre Payday 2 falls into. Maybe it could be like talking about whatever game replaced Payday 2, right? If that's what happened, or how there hasn't been a replacement for Payday 2 and now we've just moved forward. Having like 100 views versus 10K views might look bad. I mean, I don't know. I guess at a point it might look bad, but who's it going to look bad to? Because largely the answer is you. The answer is you. It'll look bad to you. And most other people won't care. I think if you genuinely, if you made a video called like the rise and fall of Payday 2 that talked about how great the game was, why it's kind of fallen off, and end it with, well, shit, now that Payday 2's gone, what the fuck am I going to talk about? And then like have a teaser for some other hype game that Payday 2 people might like. Like that's a good transition, and you can keep working out from there while still engaging parts of your audience. That's what I would suggest doing. Just don't know if the thought of, wow, this guy has 10k subs but is only getting 100 views, his videos must suck now, is only my... I think it's mostly in your head. Like, you might get some comments on it. And they may bother you. And if that happens, I'm sorry. But it's not going to be the majority of shit. It's almost certainly not going to be the majority of shit. And also, it's like, I don't think a lot of people pay attention to that stuff as much as you'd think. Because I've had so many people leave comments on videos, or when I'll have an announcement of like, hey, I hit X sub count. And people will leave comments being like, oh, I thought you were way higher than this. Which is always a little like, God damn. Just be proud of me. This milestone's a lot. You don't need to remind me I'm not at 1 million. Fuck. But like, I've gotten plenty of comments of being like, oh, I thought you had way more subs than this. And I don't think people are looking that closely. I don't think people look as closely to that sort of thing as you think they do. And they definitely aren't looking at it as closely as any individual creator is on their own stuff. So yeah, my advice, if you're interested in doing it, is do something on, how Payday 2 has died out. And then use that as like a hook to whatever next thing you want to talk about. That's what I would advise. And it might not work perfectly, but that if I were you, that is how I would do it. 12k subs for making Let's Plays on a variety of games. Most of them are inactive and I haven't uploaded a few months. Focus on longer, higher quality Minecraft videos. Worried it might not do well. I don't know. Minecraft is in. I know less about Let's Plays and stuff like that. I'd say skip the tutorial. I mean, look at what a lot of the big Minecraft YouTubers are doing. But look at stuff like that. Think about how they format stuff and the things they're doing, like various challenges or using some sort of mod that makes it weird, Minecraft, but every block is actually a chicken, Think about that stuff and think about how you can maybe get a step ahead of it. But if you got to 12k subs making Let's Plays like on variety stuff, damn, that's pretty good. That you're pretty sick with it, man. That is hard to do. Building a Let's Play channel is hard. Do you stream? Because maybe that could help too. Yeah, but if people are interested enough in your personality, that's good. I'd say, try with some higher quality Minecraft stuff. Minecraft is a popular game, works well, and yeah. Any given time, thanks for the Prime. Much appreciated. All right, chat. Any final questions? Anything else you need answered? because otherwise I'm going to go drink water and eat some food. Yeah, best of luck with it. I mean, I think it's a decent approach, and you know, maybe who knows how it'll go. But I can say it's definitely, yeah. Having looked at Iron Pineapple stuff, like he is able to frame stuff through the lens of Dark Souls, even when it's not. And I think the transition, while maybe it's not what everyone in his audience has wanted, has worked pretty well and is almost largely positive. And he's had the most growth he's ever had as a channel. So he's killing it. So I think you definitely, yeah, have some space to follow a model like that of transitioning an audience who watched for one thing but would like other things. Yeah, the VOD will be uploaded, and I'll probably have it cut down into a more succinct YouTube video. I don't know. It might be worth streaming. I guess I don't know everything about your channel. But if people like watching you for Let's Plays, they'll probably like watching you stream. And honestly, it's kind of like a 2-in-1 thing. I mean, if you look at the streamer model, a lot of people and a lot of big YouTubers and a lot of Minecraft YouTubers play on stream for a couple hours, edit it down into a video. They get views on stream, they get views on YouTube, they have cross-pollination between the platforms where it can grow pretty organically. It's a thought. Hey Connor, doing Let's Plays on Twitch, then exporting those into easily digestible YouTube videos is definitely the model. Yeah. I mean, it works for a lot of people. And like if you're doing Let's Plays just naturally, like if you're already doing Let's Plays, why not do it on Twitch? You know, all it does is give you another way for people to see you, or whatever. You could stream it on YouTube too, wherever you want to stream it. I suggest Twitch because I think it's good to have your hands in different baskets. Is that an expression? It's good not to put all your eggs in one basket. It's good to not have everything be in YouTube. Also, Twitch just seems like more dedicated following. Twitch chat is way better than YouTube chat. YouTube chat fucking sucks. And yeah, Twitch definitely, I think, has better options for monetization for streaming than YouTube does. So yeah, I mean, if you're doing Let's Plays already, stream them, edit them down to make something good and digestible, and then cross promote like nuts. And then you got good stuff. Most people already have Twitch. They likely won't follow just a single creator over to a platform, but they could. But also that's fine. He talks about it a lot. Like, and granted, like, you won't have his success, but look at Ludwig. Ludwig has blown up his stream through doing YouTube primarily. Like, YouTube was bigger than his stream for a while, and he would make really good YouTube videos of bits he did on stream. And a lot of people would come over and not watch the stream live, but they would Prime. You know, they'd give him a free Prime because he's the Prime guy. And he got a fuck ton of subs from that. So you don't even necessarily need YouTube viewership to come over. It's fine if you have YouTube frogs who like only stop by to drop one message, a Prime, and then leave. That's fine. But it's a cool avenue. It's an avenue. It could be an avenue for money for you. Dajim's a pretty good example. I'm not familiar, but yeah. I think lots of people are killing it. Lots of big Twitch streamers are figuring it out and doing a good job of that cross promotion. I mean, that's also, I think, the model of how to grow on Twitch, right? Is like, because Twitch doesn't do a good job of pushing streamers, but YouTube can. I mean, one thing, it's hard to convince people to want to watch you. You know what I mean? Like, granted, I haven't been streaming that long, but I don't think I've done much to convince people to watch my stream. Because I make video essays. So I'm just a video essayist who streams sometimes. And why does anyone want to watch that? I mean, maybe because they like my video essays, and I think that's why some people have come over. But like, yeah, it's been hard. I have not done well in growing my Twitch audience because I have not done anything on YouTube to like make it clear that I'm not terrible at streaming. I don't want to say that I'm good at streaming. I don't have self-confidence like that, but you know, it's about giving people reasons. So I think that's why that model works so well, of very well edited Let's Plays that you do over on Twitch that might get people to jump over, or might get people to jump on and give you their Prime and then keep watching the YouTube videos or whatever. In your experience, is it healthier to release a vid when the algorithm is recommending your stuff so the new vid gets groundswell, or release it during a dip in views? Try to appeal to the algorithm. If you have stuff ready to go while your channel is getting a lot of focus, it is better to release it then. If YouTube is really favoring your videos in the algorithm, release it. Release it then. Rather than pushing a Twitter page as an anchor gets people more invested in the personality behind the channel, and is a much better way to promote a Twitch page since you can tweet, you go live instead of just telling people to follow you on in a YouTube video. That's fair too, yeah. I mean, Connor, you have you have like, I mean, you have way more followers than me, but on Twitter, but you have 2 Twitter accounts, right? Like more of a personal one and then one dedicated to more of the stream personality. Not that like you have 2 different personalities, but you know what I mean. The second one to tweet random thoughts about games or updates, yeah. Yeah. Too big to have a discussion, yeah. What are you even supposed to post on Twitter? I don't know. I mean, hot takes, shit takes. That's what I go with. I post memes. That's most of it. And angry things about Nintendo. That's it. People care enough to follow an alt Twitter account on top of your main one. You already don't have a problem getting people to check it out. True. That's fair. Love talking shit on Nintendo. That's what Twitter's for. Exactly. And everyone's down for it. I don't think, like, you'll post about some games and people will be like, come on. Come on, don't say that. Don't say that about Bethesda. Maybe less with Bethesda now these days. but sometimes. But you post shit about Nintendo and everyone's like, I mean, I love them, but fuck Nintendo. Fuck Nintendo. Don't tweet about anime or might go horribly. True. Let me just tell you all my thoughts about Attack on Titan. It'll go great. You're literally named Mitch, though. Yeah, ultimately, YouTube's weird. Success on YouTube's weird. A lot of it's luck. a lot of it is personality and skill based too, and having that intersect with luck and making luck by posting lots of stuff and good stuff. But ultimately, yeah, do it because you like doing it. I think those end up being the people who make a lot of the best stuff and who end up being the happiest with their work. Is people who are like, I would be doing this anyway. You know, like maybe not as frequently because it's hard to do stuff frequently, but if you would be doing stuff anyway because you like doing it, that's probably a good start and a good headspace to be in. Make one video that Reddit likes and hope you get enough momentum to never post there again. I've had a lot of success through Reddit, but every time I've gone to look at those threads and seen the conversations in it, I cry. I fucking cry. Reddit is a hell of a place. Reddit's a hell of a place. And people who comment on Reddit, hell of a mindset. Hell of a mindset. I think people just say it's luck, and so few people gain success. You can do a lot for your growth. You can certainly do a lot, but there is a lot of luck involved. But I think you also can make your own luck, is the addition to that. I think you can make luck for yourself and put yourself in a situation where you need less. But I don't know how I would I don't know how I would replicate, like, if I don't know. If I was starting from square one, I don't know how I get here again. And some people probably do. Some people are like, I can, I smart. But it's tough. All right. I've droned on long enough. I hope this was helpful to anyone. That's my goal. I want to make something that's kind of helpful. I want to give a place to point to when people ask for advice, because I just do not have time, unfortunately, to answer enough questions. And I like answering questions, but unfortunately, this took 4 hours. You know, I can't dedicate 4 hours to everyone who asked me this question. Not enough time in life. But yeah, hopefully it was helpful. There will be a VOD posted on the VOD channel, and one day when it happens, it'll be edited down to a more digestible thing. We'll do another video feedback stream this month. I don't know when, but we'll do one this month, so I'll have that link up at some point. Sundays, Celeste Sundays. Let's go, baby. We play Celeste on Sundays. I'll see you on Sunday. Is anyone live right now? All right, we'll raid Barry. Barry stopped by, gave some advice. Good guy. Pine, go live, so Raz can host you. Pine, if you go live, I'll host you, but I don't think you want to go live. Yeah, wrong, Barry. I'll never go live. Anyway, hey, thank you all for listening. Thanks for people who jumped in and gave some additional feedback with it. I hope life is good for you. I'll see any of you who want to hang out on Sunday. Show Barry some love. Drop your primes on him if you got them. Drop some follows. Bye. I'm gonna go not talk for like 10 hours now. Fuck, my voice is dying. Peace and blessings. Much love.